Hey, welcome back to another Thundergun Classic, where we're bringing you the High Noon Havoc, a Swift tournament, guys. I hope you guys are excited. We have 12 really powerful, badass teams that have been competing for a while now. They've been building their teams up, looking at their builds, preparing, testing their might. They're getting ready to go against each other. This is going to be amazing. I hope you guys are absolutely excited. One thing that we are going to be doing in this tournament that we have not done in the past, guys, is we are going to be doing predictions. So, mods, if you could definitely help me out when we have a team versus team matchup, if you can make sure that we do have a prediction so everyone can make their bets on it. And for this show, we're going to have a lot of cool things coming at you. It is a 4-day tournament, guys. We have the tournament for today. We have 8 matchups. Tomorrow we have 6 matchups. The following Friday we will have 4 matchups. And then the following day after that, we will have a 5 matchup with the tournament. That will be our finals. So I hope you guys are ready for it. Throughout the tournament, we're going to have multiple different commentators. We have Nugs, we have Walker, we have Firejack, and we might have a few others. Does it sound low to everybody else? How does my volume sound? Mic check. Bueller. How do I sound? Sound fine? Cherry says I sound fine. Sounds normal. Okay, so maybe that whole VC is just bonkers. So anyway, guys, we are going to start off with our very first commentator. You know him. You love him. The world famous Nugs. How you doing?
Hello, I am doing fantastic, Thunder. I'm very excited to be here, especially because one of my teams is actually playing in this, Team Gamblers here, which is our first matchup today. So I'm very excited to be casting over them. Furious was definitely excited too. He wanted me here. He wanted me just to cast for them because he's wanted me to in the past. I wasn't able to, and now I am here today. I'm very excited for all these teams that have showed up. I see some strong teams as well. And definitely, I might be a little biased here, but I do want Gamblers to win this whole thing.
Gamblers is a strong team, but don't sleep on any of them. There's a lot of good teams out there. And speaking of which, our first matchup is going to be Gamblers versus Mirage. So, guys, I want to, real quick, I just want to go over everything with you. Why is it not capturing? Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, guys. So, I want to go over a few things with you real quick. So, every team, every bracket is set up. The top team at the top of the bracket, they get the benefit of getting a decision on their coin toss. Yes, this is a tournament. This is High Noon Havoc tournament. So, we got Gamblers versus Mirage in our first matchup. Gamblers has the high seed, so Gamblers will get to decide if they want to be the one or the rocket ship. Now, to show you what that means, if you have not seen it, this is our coin flip. As on one side a 1, and on one side a rocket ship. And that is going to be our coin. So whoever has that top seed as we go throughout the tournament will be deciding which one they want. The one or the rocket ship. When they decide that, if they win, whoever wins the coin flip decides if they are going to be the survivor or the killer first. So that is the benefit of the coin flip. You get to decide your set on who goes first as killer or survivor. So keep that in mind. Another thing is guys, over here we have all the different teams, all the different killers that they are going to be doing. So, for our first matchup, we have Mirage has their Pinhead, Gamblers has their Doctor. That's going to be who we see first. So, to start it off, Gamblers, you are the top seed. I want you to give me either the one or the rocket ship. What's it going to be? Gamblers, make your decision. We're going to do a coin flip right now. And when it is your turn, guys, I'm going to need you to go ahead and invite me. Have your killers set up their lobby, set up the correct map, and invite me. If we have to do resets, this is just so everybody knows, this is our little penalty marker. If your team gets a penalty, it's going to be half a hook stage. So if you get a penalty marker, keep that in mind. I will have that on there for a team that gets the penalty. Gamblers wants the rocket ship. Let's do it. Good luck. Let's start. High Noon Havoc, guys. And it is a 1. So, Mirage, if you could let me know, do you want to be survivors or killer first? Heck yeah, Memento. You got to cheer on all the teams. You got to pick your favorite and cheer them on. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Do we have anyone? Do we have anything from Mirage? Is Mirage even ready? Are they even there? They want to survive first. All right. So, if you could go ahead and send me an invite from the Gamblers, send me an invite, and once your killer has set up, again, it is going to be Doctor. That is going to be our killer for the first map. And Nugs, what do you expect to see from a Doctor matchup here?
Doctor is one of those killers. He's placed on a big map, usually Wretched Shop, and quite often you're going to see something around like 2 kills, 6 stages, maybe a little bit more depending on the mistakes the survivor team makes. Sometimes if they make a big enough mistake and the Doctor can utilize that mistake to their advantage, you can sometimes see a 4K from that, but that is often very rare. And given that we do have strong teams here today, I would like to put my prediction as an 8-stage result from this Doctor. Overall, though, I'm pretty sure I know who is going to be playing our Doctor, and if I am correct, they are a very strong Doctor. I would hope that his skills continue to thrive, and the idea of a tournament does not affect his performance whatsoever. He scrims a lot. He's very active in this community, and he's here in Thunder's chat as well. This is your local Jesus I am talking about. So while we wait for Jesus to invite Thunder, hi Jesus.
How does that sound? Is that a little bit better? I turned up his volume a little bit.
I can always bring my mic closer too.
All right. Jesus, where are you at? We need to make sure the teams are ready. The time is ticking. We're just sitting here waiting on our teams. Send me an invite. You've invited twice? I haven't seen them at all.
Maybe through Steam?
Let's check Steam. Try it one more time, Jesus. Maybe if we load in here.
Says he did again.
Okay, well, let's try reloading. Gotta love it. I'll reload DBD. Gotta love behavior. Can I get an exclamation mark behavior in the chat, please?
My favorite game studio.
We're gonna go ahead and relaunch that. How does the volume sound now, guys? I have turned up all the volumes. Right, Sneaky? Sounds good. Does it sound good with Nugs as well? We want to make sure that everybody is able to be heard.
I am one with being heard, hopefully. My casting not going to waste. Hopefully.
Nugs always sounds good. There we go. We even got fans for Nugs in here. How many people want to see Nugs win? Win it commentating.
#1 commentator, North America. Woo!
Perfect. All right, we're almost there. All right, Jesus. Try sending me another invite, sir. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Maybe. Send it again, Jesus. Why is it that this is the day that behavior wants to act up with DBD? Okay, accept. All right. Finally, we've made it into the lobby, folks. All right, and guys, if you have not sent me a friend request, send me a friend request. At least one person from your team has got to get me added so you can jump on in here. From Team Mirage, go ahead and join on me. I think I'm friends with at least one of you. Jump on in. Yeah, behavior. This is a perfect game. DVD is. Absolutely. All right, and then following after the doctor. There we go. There's Froggy. All right, and they can start inviting everybody else. Please, ahead of time, guys, if you have not invited me, please invite me to your friends list. Double check to make sure that I'm on there so we could get everybody in here as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Lorena. I appreciate you. And like I was going to say, Nugs, after we see our doctor, the very next match, right after that, we're going to see Pinhead. What do you expect to see out of a Pinhead matchup?
Pinhead matchup all comes to the killer's game sense, knowing where the survivor team spawned from a Vigo Shroud offering that is quite often used in the competitive setting. So you'll often always know that where you spawn, the survivors spawn at a specific location furthest away from you. That is possible. So, for example, you might spawn in the cactus field closest to the main building. You can expect survivors to spawn at the building area in the corner opposite of the water tower. So, if I won't use clock here, as a matter of fact. I'll just say facing from the front of main, the left side of that area, and you can expect box to spawn in between you guys. So, more so, you'd think that it would be at Water Tower. That's the game sense you expect. Kind of similar to bringing Lethal Pursuer. You know where everyone spawns. Where does the box spawn? In between you guys. So you'd go for where no one spawns and find that first box. And that is a crucial beginning to a Pinhead game. Pinhead games always rely their pressure on the box and chain hunts for the most part, and then their chase to allow themselves to generate pressure that way. If the survivor team is efficient, you can expect kind of a similar result to a doctor, where uh, like a 2k6, a 2k8, depending on how both teams play in an optimal sense. But obviously, there's the ideas of mistakes. If mistakes happen, Pinhead can allow those mistakes to be really crucial and can make for a 4K, especially on a map like Dead Dog Saloon. A lot of insight here comes to this, as there's a lot of different things. This is Dead by Daylight, the game where a lot of things are RNG. But
Yeah, go ahead and
at
ready
the,
up, guys. Go ahead and ready up.
at the end of the day, a 2K is an average result.
Good luck, everybody. What we're going to do every single time, guys, is we're going to go into this loading screen, and I am going to keep it on this screen until I can verify that all of the latency is underneath 200 ping. If it's over 200 ping, then I will be making sure that we wait a second before we go in. If it stays above 200 ping, then we'll have to reset. Welcome back in, Xbox. We're getting ready to start our first match. So we are loading in. We are getting ready. And again, I'm just going to be checking the ping. And I want to keep it like this just to make sure that I'm not giving away perks or anything to anybody. Okay, and ping looks good. Spectate. Here we go.
Yep, and here we are. We are on the Wretched Shop with our first killer, the Doctor. You heard me yap about the Pinhead, but now we're here on the Doctor. If you weren't here with where I was yapping about the Doctor, we usually expect a 2k6 result. We have your local Jesus here on the Doctor already going to be finding a quick tag here onto our Nicolas Cage rat meat. Going to be shocking him, and that's going to be a quick down. Not what you want against the Doctor. You want these first chases to be very long. That is now going to be his top perk, Corrupt Intervention, no longer in play. Did its job, didn't allow these survivors to work those 3 furthest generators from Jesus' spawn, and now Jesus is going to be rotating to the shack side to see if anyone was working on these non-corrupted gens, in which we saw our ace here, a risk factor, going to be working on this gen right by shack here. Going to be static blasting, but everyone is not in his terror radius, so Jesus does have that intel where he knows there's no survivors nearby, but they are far away. They could be working these generators. We see our ace once more, I believe. A risk factor once more at the shack. Going to be getting him into tier 1. Now everyone has their madness going. Going to be having those 33% chance of a skill check being triggered. And based on how Factor is playing here, it looks like our survivors on Mirage here want to be having Factor go for this save. But Jesus is absolutely not letting him at all. We're going to see if he does rotate, and that is the entity spikes onto Ratmeat. That could be the second stage right here, as no one has rotated, and that will be it. Second stage onto Ratmeat has been confirmed. We find Froggy and that will be a quick tag going to be vaulting into Jesus' arms like a true Christian. Going to be now now rotating over back to the hook, and Nicolas Cage here, our Nicolas Cage is in some trouble. This could be a 3v1 at 5 gens if they don't get this unhook, and they really want to get this unhook. Having all 4 survivors alive on this kind of set is crucial. Factor is still not found with that static blast. Could be still here bottom. They might still want Factor onto the rotate, and it looks like, as a matter of fact, that's not the case at all. We're going to be letting Ratmeat die, and that will be a very, very early death. It has potential to be a 4K1 maybe. That is completely possible now, as those struggle skill checks get too small. Ratmeat no longer can hold on, and that will be the end of him. Rotating bottom here, we see Factor working on the very bottom gen, and with nothing here, Jesus is going to be able to get that M1, activating his Rapid Brutality, and that will allow him to get some haste. I realize I have not spoken about this build yet. So basically, for those that don't know this build, we have Corrupt Intervention as our top target, blocking the furthest generators from spawn for either 2 minutes or until he gets his first down. We have Rapid Brutality, our left perk, gonna be, after getting a hit like he did onto Sailor's Suite here, allowing him to gain a whole 5% haste for 10 seconds. Very good perk on the Doctor, as a side effect of this perk means you no longer get Bloodlust. You lose Bloodlust anyways if you use your power at all. So on a killer like the Doctor, you're using your power all the time. You won't really realistically be gaining Bloodlust at all. We have our bottom perk, Sloppy Butcher, a general perk that everyone views as a very, very good beginner perk. What it does is give survivors Hemorrhage and Mangled for 90 seconds after you hit them with a basic attack. That means that Hemorrhage, you will be dropping a lot more blood, and if your healing stops, it'll start regressing at 7% per second all the way to 0. And then Mangled makes it 25% longer to get that heal done. And then our final perk, the one on the right, is Scourge Hook Pain Resonance.
So
you have something, Thunder?
We do have a perk cover. So all the other 3 they know by now, but that one they shouldn't have known yet because it hasn't gone off. But just keep in mind when you're telling the perks.
Oh wait,
we have a perk cover. So only ones that are obvious are the ones that you should call out. Like Corrupt was obvious. Rapid is obvious. Every time he hits somebody, you see he gets the haste. Sloppy as well, because I'm switching between the survivors.
Yeah, that's completely my bad.
No worries.
I'm used to seeing the perk cover as well when I'm like viewing this. That's completely my fault. But Mirages shouldn't be watching anyways, so don't tell them.
Don't tell them. They probably expect it. Also, one thing to keep in mind, guys, with him slugging Froggy, he could slug out, but he will lose 1 hook state if he fully bleeds them out without getting them to hooks. So he has to get them up to a hook, or the last one he can Mori, and that counts as the hook stage.
Yep, absolutely. You lose that hook stage if you do bleed out, and that is kind of crucial, especially in a situation where the win con is about generators, where, like, say you get a 4K1, but you bleed someone out. That's 11 stages, not 12. Or 3 fresh hooks, not 4. That's going to be very crucial in the end game, where if the opposite team also gets a 4K1, they win. But Jesus here still opting to slug either way, looking for our final survivor, Factor. Gonna be... Now, we find Factor. This is, as a matter of fact, very bad for Mirage's survivors, as quite usually on these weaker killers, with round 1, we're only allowed tier 4, tier 5 killers. So with all these killers, you can kind of expect that 8 stages around there. But this is going to be a 4K at 3 generators. Granted, Jesus finds both of the slugs, so it can be like a true 4K instead of 10 stages if Froggy and Sailor Sweet bleed out. That is what Froggy and Sailor Sweet want to do right now, but Sailor Sweet being tier 3 madness reveals her location on a constant, and we find Froggy. So this is going to be a very difficult position for Mirage, as with the Cenobite, again, that's not something you usually expect a 4K3 with, not at all. So just Gamblers needs to pop 3 generators, and they will win, go on to winners round 2. So, Thunder, what do you think is going to happen here with the pinhead for Mirage's killer?
It's a good question. I haven't seen a comp Cenobite before, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, I mean,
It's definitely nice to like see an insight from someone who doesn't really play competitive that much. Like, you have all these people that play competitive very often, like Jesus here. He's one of my teammates. He plays rather a lot. He's always on this game. If he's not on this game, he's on this game. He's never off this game. You could see his recent status. It's all day, every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week. So these guys are definitely very experienced. And then you say you're more on the casual side, Thunder, and that's very nice to see that like someone on the casual side is hosting a tournament, because this is definitely a good way to gain perspective as to what to expect from the competitive scene of survivors, of killers, see how they perform. So with this doctor, the survivor's main mistake was, one, letting Nicolas Cage die immediately, and then their just kind of general improvements that they could have were just having better chases against the Doctor. Wretched Shop is one of those bigger maps where there might not be that much fillers, and it might be more difficult to get those chases in, but you got to connect those fillers. You have to see what's there. And we're in the end screen here. If you guys saw a glance, we had a windows of opportunity, as if we looked at Saga when spectating her, where you could see all pallets, all windows. That person's job most of the time is to call out from a distance, like, hey, you have a pallet here. Hey, you have a window here. You can work with this. And then another thing is dying in the correct spots. Usually at the beginning of the game, you want to die in the correct zone where the doctor's not near you, as in the other 3 survivors, and then those other 3 survivors are free to work gens. They don't have a static blast to worry about, because that static blast is when you're in the terror radius. That is pretty massive, getting those tiers up. Because if you guys saw, Jesus's main goal with a lot of chases was getting the survivor to tier 3. Tier 3 makes it so you can't do anything. You have to perform an action, and that's a time waster. One of the biggest things about competitive Dead by Daylight is time. You have to use your time efficiently.
I've noticed that, and like
Very much so.
And one thing the chat called out that was really interesting is they were like, "Why isn't he 4%ing?" And that's a very good question. 4%ing or Kobeing, however you want to address it, is not allowed in comp. So we do not allow it in this tournament. I know this is a more casual type setting, and this is more where a lot of goobers hang out and everything. But we are trying to keep it in the spirit of comp, and a majority of comp tournaments do not allow it. So
Yes,
in
and
this
this
one,
is
you'll probably see that happen a lot. Of people getting slugged, people getting camped, people getting tunneled, people getting left on hook to die. You're probably gonna see a lot of that because a lot of the cool things about comp are the small things that happen, right? In pubs, we look at the big things. We look at, oh my goodness, you know, he tunneled me. Whereas like in comp, it's like, no, I need to tunnel this survivor out because if I don't, I will lose. Or I need to, in this case, he was protecting and camping that survivor to make sure nobody got that survivor off hook. And that was the win strategy for Jesus in that scenario.
Yep, you are very much correct there. As um, as you had just mentioned, there's a lot of things in comp that you don't see in pubs that often, like tunneling, like camping, and the primary reason 4%ing is banned or Kobeing is because that's an RNG element of Dead by Daylight, where uh, if someone 4% off a hook in a competitive setting, like let's say it was allowed and that happened, that could prevent a camp 2 second stage. That could prevent so much things, and the killer just loses so much pressure, and the survivors just get to do so much more because of that. That's why also often in tournaments you see that anti-camp meter unhook is also banned because killers have always been camping, and they and having that anti-camp meter kind of allows the pressure that the killer gains from getting a hook to fade. Something in doctor, like say a doctor set, where even though we saw a 4K3, that could be so much different if the Nicolas Cage on that hook had their anti-camp bar and was allowed to use it. That would allow for another chase that Nicolas Cage got to do. That would allow for perhaps for survivors to be alive for even longer.
Yeah, and
And
we did see a gen towards the end
yeah,
when I believe it was Ace was the last one alive, correct?
yes, I
Uh,
that was correct.
when Ace was running, we did see a gen that was at like 90+%. So that extra couple seconds of that unhook, while Jesus would have been tunneling that Nicolas Cage, they could have got that other gen. They would have had 3 gens rather than 2. And just so you guys are aware, so you know how the scoreboard works, the score is based upon gens. That is the first score marker. So this survivor group has to get 2 gens to tie. 3 gens, they win. Now, the next stage of how we gauge it is if they get the same amount of gens, we go by how many hooks they got. Jesus got full hooks. He got all 12 hooks. The next one, I know it's a little hard to see. We might update that graphic if we get a chance. But that hook with the tiny little red next to it, it's like a red 1. That means their first hook, or a commonly known as a fresh hook in the comp scene. So that's why there's a 4 there, is because Jesus got the fresh hook or the first stage hook on all 4 survivors. So that's how you gauge that. And it always goes from left to right. So if they get the same amount of gens, then we go off of hooks. If they get the same amount of hooks, then we go off of the fresh hooks. And if that's a tie all the way down completely, then we will have a 1v1 to determine the winner. And we did change it at the last minute, just so everyone is aware, to make it fair for the comp scene. The 1v1 will be Trapper No Traps on either Coal Tower or Wreckers, whatever you guys decide, but both teams will have to be on the same map. So if you guys want Wreckers, both teams play on Wreckers. 1v1, we'll time it. Winner takes all.
Yep, that and I do like that idea, having that 1v1 to settle it all. You had two teams either get 6 stages each, or maybe it was like a 4K3. You have that 1v1, that straight skill on the M1 killer to settle it all. But now we are loading into our next game. That is going to be the Cenobite here on the Dead Dog Saloon. And I was talking about this earlier, where the early game matters a lot here for Mirage's side. It's already looking a little difficult for them. They need to not allow three generators to pop at all in order to have either a tie or a win. And Risk here is going to be trying to find this first box as he spawned Cactus Field. We have offerings that survivors have to bring that reduce RNG elements in this game, such as the Vigo's Shroud. This one I was touching on the most, where Vigo's Shroud, you spawn as far away as possible from the killer. But we see that Amir is going to be solving the box, and Factor trying to uh, chain Amir to get that early pressure of the chain hunt. Unfortunately, it does not land, and this early game has become in the gambler's favor because, just because that first box was solved. But now Amir doing a good job. He's going to be taking this chase towards the corrupted area here. This is where likely whoever is the leader of the game, if they have a leader, going to be telling them to take this chase to. And Amir is doing that perfectly. This is what Amir wants to be doing. He's going to be taking that first tag and going right towards main building. A very, very strong building against the Cenobite, especially without Bamboozle. We saw that there's no Bamboozle because he vaulted a window in main and that window did not block. We're now going to be switching over to Sora, revealing our sloppy butcher here, which was also used on the Doctor. Going to be playing this unsafe palette, and that's already a gen complete. Corrupt Intervention is now over. The survivors are doing a really good job keeping this first chase alive as long as possible. That is now going to be the down onto Sora. We have Nuck and Furious probably working gens. One of them probably popped main if I had to guess, as there was progress originally on main, and that is going to be Gallows popping as well. That is 2 gens complete. The tie condition has been met for gamblers and only 1 hook to save for it. So Factor needs to play out of his mind here, get something like a 4-man slug here and be able to hook everyone, get that tie going to play that Trapper 1v1. We see Furious now has the box very far away from Factor. Factor's not going to be able to chain him in time, and now leaving this chase with Nuck. We know that Furious is in the Cactus Field now, but where is he? That is the question. Amir and Sora going to be doubling a gen together. Furious is found, and Nuck is also going to be on a generator. Now, these guys are going to be giving a lot of gen pressure, so that Factor might start to get stressed out, might start to panic a little bit. Furious doing a good job holding this chase. If Factor lands this chain, then Furious is dead, and that is going to be the case. Gonna be faking the window, but the chain does land on him. Gonna be slugging Furious, but we just saw that generator had way too much progress, and that is gonna be gamblers moving on to the next round. Mirage here is just gonna be trying to play for the best result possible. We find Sora, who is injured, gonna be going down pretty quickly as Factor does not fall for those fakes at all. For the people here, for the people, changes the obsession to you trade a health state and become broken for 60 seconds, instantly healing another survivor. That is what was just used there by Nuck. Now Factor loses some pressure because of that, because now there is 3 people standing instead of 2, and we see someone rotating towards the pickup onto Sora, and it does happen. The chain going to be landing onto Sora, however, might allow Factor to force Sora into a 50-50, but that was some aura reveal that allowed Factor to just win that mind game immediately. That aura reveal comes from a Dole Totem from Hex Undying. So that is definitely going to be some undying value if I've ever seen some. A fourth generator does pop, and now Factor only has 3 gens to work with. We see in our HUD on the left side that Nuck is holding the box and is going to be solving it. The chain hunt starts, but as if for those that don't know, if you are solving the box during a chain hunt, chains will not spawn on you. The unhook onto Sora happens. Factor, with only 2 stages to ask for, needs to try and get this tunnel out onto Sora quickly for a chance of a 4K at 1 generator here. Gonna be slugging Furious, leaving him on the ground. Sora's main goal is to stay stealthing. They're playing for the best result too. They want a low stage result. They know what they are doing. Now, we do see the chase onto Amir, however. Gonna be missing a chain and swing through the pallet. Amir chooses to not drop it, however, and
That's
because
only
of
something
that,
you see in
Factor's
pubs.
disrespect.
Right?
Yeah.
That was
The
some
real
greed right there. That's my territory.
Yeah.
That's not comp territory. That's my territory, baby. You
Yeah,
greed that all day.
Greed is definitely something you see as a reduced amount in comp, as a lot of pallets are better if they are dropped when you play with them. In pubs, you see a lot of greeting, but that is something you'll see that is very different across these next 2 Fridays and Saturdays. Just a lot less greeting. Those pallets are that shack pallet. You might see that as that god pallet. You do not want to drop it at 5 generators at all. Dropping it at 5 generators is a sin. You will not go to heaven because of that.
Straight to hell. That's it.
Yeah, straight to hell. But here, these guys see shack pallet and just drop it. No second thoughts. That shack pallet is on the floor because you want to extend those chases as long as possible. During my yapping, however, we did see that Sora is now dead, and Nuck has just solved the box again, not allowing Factor to get that box pressure at all, which is likely why they picked the Cenobite. They wanted that passive pressure from the box. But our Survivor team on Gamblers here is doing a really good job on not allowing that at all.
Ooh, right
Nuck
in the
is
ankle,
going
that's
to be,
beautiful.
yeah, right in the ankle, gonna be landing onto Nuck and not being able to break that chain, just barely landing on him because of impaling wire, which we've seen happen throughout the game. You break a chain with something that isn't your hands, and 2 spawn, not 1. And we also see Nuck in Mend due to his other add-on, the original Pain. You land a chain onto an injured survivor and they go into Deep Wound. But we see Amir and Nuck going to be meeting up for a reset. They want to be healthy during this situation. And Furious is going to be cleansing a Hex. We see him get off the Hex, but Factor doesn't see him at all. And that's going to be pretty big. Factor does have that game sense for a reset, however, and knows that a reset is going to be happening around the main building away from the generators. That is the mind of the comp players right there. They have played the game so much that they can expect what survivors of similar skill level are going to be doing. And that's exactly what happened. They found Amir and Nuck resetting, and that will result in a hook stage onto Nuck. Factor going to be going for a chain onto Furious that lands, now allowing Factor to finally get some box pressure. Going to be trying to chase Furious, might commit to Furious here. Does not commit to Furious, does commit to Furious. Oh my goodness.
He's back and forth.
He's going on and off, he's back and forth. He doesn't know what to do. Does he want to prevent Nuck's unhook by Amir, or does he want that box? And it looks like he does want that box, as Amir has now unhooked Nuck. Gonna be
So tell me,
a little bit of banter there.
what is the
boxer's face.
purpose of hitting them with his power versus teleporting to the box when somebody is on the box? What is the advantage? I've seen a lot of high skill pinheads do that rather than teleport.
Okay, so basically, you're trying to chain the survivors solving the box because if you teleport to them, it counts as solving the box, where you have to wait a bit and then the chain hunt restarts at 0. But there, with that chain landing onto Furious, which is something you'll want to go for more often, because that chain originally landed onto Furious, that allowed Factor to stop Furious from solving the box, and Furious went down with the box in hand, which allowed Factor to solve the box as the pinhead. Solving the box as the pinhead, either finding it on the ground or downing a survivor with the box, will allow a chain hunt to start immediately on every survivor, which is kind of similar to why I said that early game pressure is important. You want those chain hunts as quickly as possible. But now that we've cleared up the air on that for everyone that is curious, we have seen Amir slugged onto the ground, and Furious is now going down as well. This is definitely looking like Factor is playing into his best result for a 4K at 1 generator, as these survivors are injured. Sloppy Butcher in play, and our other Hex that we saw at the beginning of the game through uh, through either these survivors letting go of gens, they will have known that there is another Hex Ruin in play. That Hex Ruin is what Hex Undying was defending. That is now cleansed by Furious. Gonna be... What Ruin does is, every time you let go of a gen, it regresses for you. You don't have to kick it. Are you lazy? Run Hex Ruin. That is your friend. Nuck now with the box in hand, but is the only survivor standing and is found. For those that do not know, a nice interaction with Pinhead and his chain hunts, if you're the only survivor standing, there is no chain hunt. Those passive chains don't spawn on you. So that like kind of allows you to either stealth in such a bad situation, in which we saw Nuck trying to do but unfortunately got found. But that will be a 4K at 1 generator. There is 7 hooks on the board, and with Nuck and Furious being second hook, that does mean Amir is fresh. So we do need to find Amir here in order to get those full 12 hooks for fresh hooks. There's going to be Furious going up into the air, into the entity's arms. This is our god, our Dead by Daylight god. Nuck is going to be doing the same, and Factor now just going to be waiting at hatch. Now, in terms of mistakes that people had made, allowing that chain hunt is the primary reason why that 4K1 happened. That chain hunt is huge. You can't work on gens during that time with Hex Ruin up. The reason is you're always going to be getting off those gens to try and either dodge the passive chains that come from the chain hunt, and then Hex Ruin just belittles that progress into nothing. And then B, you're just...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Thunder?
No, finish your thought.
Okay. B, you take those chains, try to get it off as fast as possible, and then again, Hex Ruin just demolishes it. That's why Hex Ruin needs to be cleansed on these pinhead sets if such chain hunts do happen. Now, Thunder, what was your thought?
So, this is a very interesting thing to look at. So, based upon the rules for this particular moment that we're in, Amir has not been hooked. You cannot bleed out a survivor and get the fresh hook. You have to physically hook them to get the fresh hook. Now, I'm not looking at where he is just yet, just in case somebody is looking on their side. One bad shot. I don't want to give him away. So he won't get the fresh hook if he doesn't find him, and he will only be awarded 2 hooks if he bleeds out. He will not be awarded the death hook. So if he does not find Amir, the most he could do would be 11 hooks and 3 fresh hooks. So right before he bleeds out, I'm going to switch over.
All right. We see that Factor is definitely trying to find Amir, but Amir is playing Ace. Ace is very quiet. That you'll always see an Ace in the competitive setting, and it does look like he might just bleed out here. His bar is gone. And where is he? He is at main. Factor did run past him. I didn't even hear him either.
I didn't hear him either.
Wow.
Wow, so he bleeds out. So,
Oh,
barring
we're
any
looking at this end
penalties,
screen.
go
We're
ahead.
looking at this end screen, and this is because he is running the perk Tenacity. Tenacity is allowing him to crawl faster, and he has, I believe it would be tier 1 Iron Will, uh, reducing his grunts by 75% on such a quiet survivor. That is why
Yeah.
we didn't hear him at the end there and allowed that bleed out to happen.
They do have their offerings, so they got the bloodied blueprint. They also got the annotated, so they got the killer shack, and then they got the basement offering, so they're good there. Everything looks good here. I don't see any duplicates. Just want to make sure there's no duplicate perks.
Yep, and this is kind of what I'm talking about here, seeing these offerings from the side of the survivors and the killers in the idea of reducing RNG. We always have basement in one spot, we always have hatch in one spot. That is why you did see our killer here, Factor, waiting at hatch, or waiting at the shack for the hatch. As Nuck and Furious were dying, because it always spawns there in the competitive setting unless you're on an indoor map, because there's nothing you can do there. And we also see a cut coin on the killer side. Why is the cut coin there? That is there because chests can sometimes extend loops. Extending those loops can sometimes mean you have to drop the pallet early. You have to drop or you might not be able to make a cycle because of a chest. And then the second reason is involves killers like the Plague, the Xenomorph, the Lich Vecna, the Mastermind, the Nemesis even. And that chest spawns are also the same as killer power spawns. So sometimes
They just
at
get
the
in the
main
way.
building, yeah, sometimes at the main building, you might not have a xenomorph tunnel there at all, because where the xenomorph tunnel would be, there's a chest there saying hi.
All right, guys. So moving on. So keep in mind, Mirage, you are not eliminated. It was just one round that you lost. It is a double elimination for the tournament. So you are still in this tournament. So you will not be playing the rest of today, but tomorrow potentially can play your 2 killers that you submitted if you win both rounds. So if you look at Mirage down here, so they drop down here. I'm only going to be ranking either 1 or 0, whether you won or lost. And so Gamblers won. They move on. They will be facing Noxes a little bit later today. So Gamblers, take your break and then get ready. Noxes, your opponent, will be Gamblers. Mirage, tomorrow you'll be playing the loser of game 8. So whoever Hysteric goes against, this bracket right here, whoever loses comes down here. And it goes against you guys. So that will be your first opponent. I will have schedules up after this, guys, but we're going to have to starting to speed up a little bit because we went a little bit over 45 minutes. So we got Effigy and Suffocate, and we do need to we need to flip. So we're going to go ahead and flip real quick. So Effigy, do you want the 1 or the rocket ships? Which ones do you guys want?
Ooh, you want the rocket ship. Ooh.
They want the rocket ship? All
Oh,
right.
they want the rocket ship.
We're flipping. And it's going to be the 1. So Suffocate, are you going to be first or second with Killer? And let's get that updated. So, Gamblers and Mirage are no longer there. It's Effigy. And I'm going to be putting all of everybody's stuff up there. Effigy on the left, Suffocate on the right. Whoop. There we go. All right. Suffocate wants Killer. All right, Suffocate's Killer. Go ahead and invite me. So Suffocate's Killer for this round is going to be Clown. What do you expect from Clown in this? I'm sorry, yeah, Suffocate and then Effigy. You're going to be playing Pinhead after that. So we're starting with Clown.
No.
What do you expect from a Clown?
Clown. I don't see clowns rather often in this kind of setting. Clown is definitely one of those weaker killers, and again, like all these killers, I'm gonna be saying this win condition a lot as expected. 6 stages, 2 kills. Because clowns usually you want that tunnel out very quick. You want that with a lot of these killers here in these bottom tiers, you want that tunnel out quick. You want to get that 3v1 going quick, because if you get a 3v1 going quick, then that is where you thrive. The main cycle, I'll go with cycle here to try and explain this for those that are curious. With 4 people, the main cycle that you could be going for is one person's getting chased, one person's going for an unhook, one person's on the hook, and then one person's always on a generator. This is obviously after the first down, so this is kind of what you'd expect after that first down. But with a 3v1, that person that's always on the generator is out of the equation when it comes to that. So these survivors, what their main goal is to last in chase as long as possible. And against someone like a Clown, you'll see it a lot of that pallet just instantly going down. That pallet is rarely going to be standing, especially against a Clown.
And it looks like the map we're going to be for the Clown is Wreckers. So let's make sure we have the correct map set for that, if you haven't already.
Yep, Wrecker's Yard, very common. You have just the shack to work with. There's no main building, which can play into the Clown's favor. But in return, there's a lot of fillers and a lot of tiles. If these survivors can connect their loops correctly, then that can be very bad for the Clown, as usually the survivor gameplay loop goes like, you drop pallet and then you play that filler. The Clown's gonna try and use his bottles to slow you down and speed him up. That is when you'd want to get out of his sight and try and do something goofy, or try and make him expect you to do something goofy, but do something that is normal.
Oh, good question. For those of you
prediction.
who are showing up, our commentator for the first 4 games, his name is Nugs. Nugs, how long have you been in the comp scene, by the way?
I think I'm at like around a year and 3 months now. I'm pretty sure I joined in like September last year, around there, with an old team that is no longer a team, unfortunately, Team Anxiety.
I can see why they're no
our
longer a team.
run.
We're just anxious about everything.
Yeah, we were too anxious. Originally, they were called Suave, but we rebranded to Anxiety, and I think that gave us a little too much anxiety, and we didn't want to do anything. We were too scared.
I love that. Real quick, just some call-outs. Suki, thank you so much for the gifted sub to One Bad Shot. Outcast Andrew. Keg Uwu, thank you for the follows. Cyber Rail, thank you for the follow. Ian Seaver, Jojo, A Risk Factor, thank you for the follow, guys. I really appreciate you. Gentleman Official, thank you so much for the follow. I will not break the rules. I appreciate you not breaking the rules, and for the follow. Appreciate you, Ghoul. Scylla, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you guys. I'll try to stay up on top of that. We do have the sound alerts turned off. I do have the animations that pop up on the screen, just so they are there to celebrate your awesomeness. But the sound alerts are no longer there, at least for the tournament, because we do not want to cut away from the tournament action itself when something happens. But I really appreciate all of you guys. All right, we got our blueprints, and we are loading in. I'm excited. I honestly didn't expect to see a clown. I'm not going to lie to you.
I definitely didn't either. But who knows? These guys might be nasty on the clown. We we could see them just pop off. They know what they're doing. They read that 300-page whatever how long clown guide.
Oh, yeah, and Hillian, yes, it is not on. We will not have Dixper today. Commandant, thank you for buying the Dixper crate. I appreciate you, brother. You will be able to use those. Well, I guess I'll just screw that up and do that, whatever. Let's jump around, and we are here.
Yep, we are now here. We saw a quick glance as to what the survivors were doing in this early game, and we now have our glance of what our killer Garafa is doing in this early game. These survivors are trying to play a little bit on the stealth side, stealth out that corrupt intervention. But unfortunately for Bink, he does get seen. Lara's little head does pop out, and that will result in Bink being found. And that's also going to be a quick tag. And we saw that haste status effect at the right side of our screen. What caused that haste status effect? Rapid Brutality. Rapid Brutality is a perk that
we
makes
almost
you
saw that save.
5% faster for 10 seconds, and we saw that Dwight there, Mr. Myers, trying to go for that pallet save, but he was slow. He was very slow.
He was the Burger King Myers. His ass was just waddling over there to that pallet.
Burger King Myers. I love the nostalgia here.
We need to bring it back.
Basically, why that happened was because of another perk, Forced Hesitation, where if you down a survivor, if in a 16-meter radius, if anyone is in that radius, they will receive a hinder of 20%. That means they are moving at 3.2 meters per second compared to their usual 4.0 meters per second that a survivor usually runs at. We are going to be finding our Rebecca here, Izanami, that is going to be taking a tag at the buses and holding W away from the hook. Garafa here doing exactly what I'd expect after a first hook on a clown, and that is camping that hook, making sure that no one can get this save, and it looks like...
He's not just camping, he's dancing for her. He did a little wiggle there.
He's not just camping, he wants that second stage. In return for that second stage, however, the survivors have said, we are going to do a gen. You let her go to second, we get gen. Deal? And Garafa said deal.
And everybody was happy. They all made a deal.
Yeah.
I don't think Bink is very happy about it, but
just one gen.
Everybody else was pretty happy about that. Remember, guys, the scoring goes based upon how many gens they get. So sometimes it's gens before friends sometimes.
Yep, absolutely. You want those gens done as fast as possible. But if the gens do tie, then it is hook stages. But we do find our Rebecca again at the buses, and we do find Bink. Garafa has all eyes on Bink. That is why he came back to this area. He wanted Bink, and getting Bink out of the game, in which Garafa has done so successfully. With the help of Forced Hesitation once more, after the down onto Izanami, I'm going to be getting that down onto Bink, and that will result in the first death. Now, if you weren't here for the last matchup, this was kind of a similar situation that your local Jesus had put the survivor team of Mirage in on the Doctor in our first ever game here in this High Noon Havoc. And what
real
resulted in
quick,
that was...
Does he sound normal again, guys, or does he still sound robotic? I want to make sure that you sound good.
Sounding robotic. Beep,
He's fine.
boop. I failed a captcha.
Alright, you're good. Go ahead.
I might have failed a captcha. I'm sorry. I didn't know that a motorcycle was in the bottom left picture. But basically, what was happening in that game resulted in these survivors getting so much pressure applied to them that they couldn't do gens. So kind of touched on this at the beginning of the game. But now we see Mitch trying to stealth past this clown, get back on that gen. We had Myers rotate for the hook on Hook, not Hook. This is the survivor, not the killer. Gonna be going after Izanami once more. Still wants to get that second tunnel out, get that 2v1 going to guarantee a 4K. And that will be a quick down. Going down on this pallet, however, we do know that Myers was in this area. Garafa also knows that. He thinks that Myers is going to be here for the pallet save. The real question is he? No. He has decided to work on a generator instead, trying to get that gen progress going and not get a 4K at 3 generators, because that would be really bad. Now Garafa is rotating back to this gen by the car pile, in which Garafa does seem to like this gen. He has that suspicion that someone is working this gen, in which we know that Mitch is working this gen. Garafa does not know that Mitch is working this gen. Garafa's trying to look for Mitch, as he should know that it was Myers who had gotten that unhook onto Izanami. Mitch is hiding in this tile. We hear that terror radius. Oh, but Mitch, unable to see the clown walking into his lovely arms. He wants that balloon.
You heard of a survivor jumping in the killer's arms. Now you see a killer jumping into the survivor's arms.
Yep, absolutely. Those killers love these survivors. He can't stop chasing them. Just like my ex can't stop chasing me. Gonna be hooking Mitch now. Now, a perk I haven't touched upon yet, his final perk, came from that damage generator score, which reveals that Scourge Hook Pain Resonance is in play. What that does, you hook a survivor on one of the 4 white hooks, and the generator with the most progress loses 20%. One question that might come with this is, why can't we see those white hooks that is created by that Scourge Hook? The answer, I have no idea. Ask behavior. However, we hear the Rebecca scream, and that is Izanami being found. Izanami is on Death Hook, and if Izanami dies here, that is going to be very, very bad for our survivors here. That just might be a 4K3 unless Myers wants to finish that gen by the car pile and just let Mitch die, in which that's going to be Izanami going down. Myers still unaccounted for, and Garafa knows that the general idea here for our survivors is to try and complete this generator. But Myers was trying to, and he couldn't. So unfortunate there. Gonna be finding Myers, Izanami on the ground, but with our slug rules, that this won't affect Garafa at all if Izanami bleeds out. We're just gonna be hooking Myers, and that will be 4 kills at 3 generators. We had this win con at the beginning of this tournament too, with Gamblers also getting a 4K3 onto Mirage. I think there's a pattern here. We just might be seeing that the first team gets a 4K3. Pick the rocket ship next team.
You gotta pick the rocket ship.
Yeah, you gotta pick the rocket ship. But remember, I didn't say anything there. I have 0 influence. Nor does Thunder. We can't. Therefore, if you pick the rocket ship, you can't blame us. Done. We're gonna be waiting for the survivors to die now, as Effigy will be playing the Cenobite, I believe. Is that correct, Thunder?
Correct. Effigy has Pinhead coming up next, or the Cenobite, depending on if they're playing the Chatterer. But that will be another matchup we will see at Dead Dog, guys. This was a very strong performance by our clown, too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We were surprised by the clown pick, but then we realized we shouldn't be. Garafa is a clown demon here. You're gonna be.
I thought you were gonna just say
4K3.
Garafa's a clown, and I was like, "Whoa, what's the beef between you and Garafa?" I was like, "Jesus, we love Garafa. He is a crazy killer, man." I got the pleasure of seeing Garafa's Billy before, and it was absolutely terrifying. His clown is just as deadly.
I have not been against Garafa, and it sounds like I should be blessed because of that.
Yeah. He's going to hold a grudge now, and it's not even going to be your fault.
Waiting for me. Look, I said clown demon, not clown. You're a clown demon. You're a demon on the clown. Not a demon as a clown, a demon on the clown, the killer.
You know, once you've dug a hole, you shouldn't keep digging, all right?
Look. I might dig myself out of it. Who knows?
All right, so our win condition for our Pinhead is the exact same as the last one. They cannot allow more than 2 gens on Dead Dog. So our killer for Effigy, when you are ready, please go ahead and invite me. Thank you, sir. And Jackal, thank you so much for the prime, homie. I really appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the tournament so far, guys. Let me know what we could do to improve it for next time, because this is something I like to do about every 6 months. So if you are in the tournament, if you're watching the tournament, if you're just listening to the tournament while you're dancing on a stage with a bunch of people throwing money at you, I don't care. Let us know how you feel about the tournament so we can make it a better experience overall going forward next time. All right, look at the crew we got here. Dig it.
Yep, we do see 2 Jake Parks, though one of them does have to switch, unfortunately. We see that match does get modified to the Dead Dog Saloon. We were just there. We're going right back. We love that orange. Orange is such a good color. Am I right or am I right?
Oh, you're definitely right. And keep in mind, guys, after this matchup, we are actually going a little faster, so please keep in mind if you are in the tournament and you are listening to what's going on, you may go a little quicker because we are finally catching up. We got Scarlet Hedges versus Courage next, so we can get that going. Why don't we go ahead and flip the coin? Scarlet Hedges, you are the top bracket for that, so why don't you go ahead and let me know, what do you want, the 1 or the rocket ship, so we can get that done ahead of time.
Ooh, you want to pick the rocket ship. Ooh. I mean, who said that?
Right? Who said that?
There's no influence there.
They want the 1? All right, so we're going to flip now. Don't fully ready up this team yet. All right, they got the 1. Let's go. So for Scarlet Hedges, think about it if you want to be killer or survivor first, and that will be after this matchup, guys. This match, everyone's good to go. Go ahead and ready up. He pooped on your mom? What am I reading? Chat's going wild. He was so excited watching the tournament that her baby just decided to, go crazy with it. All right, whenever you guys are ready, go ahead and ready up, and we'll get going into this match. Again, make sure it's set to Dead Dog. Walker, no mercy. I did see
they had changed it to Dead Dog Saloon.
They did change it. Okay, beautiful.
Walker really wants to kill her to RDT YYYYY5WIJ. Oh, Jeff Ada. he made names in the spam. RDT YYYYY5W Jeff Ada WD. We go game. Closed bracket.
Clearly, Walker was snorting pregame workout before this matchup. He put his whey protein down on the counter and just started snorting it up through a straw. This is chaos. I love it.
Woo! We love chaos. We
Uh,
love chaos in
Ace
our
and
favorite game, Dead
Jake.
by Daylight.
That is a good question. They are extremely similar, but you can tell the difference. Um, the biggest thing is that they can't be the same person, and you got to be able to tell them apart. I feel that they're able to be told apart. The two different types of jackets, even though it's kind of the same color, the jackets are completely different.
Yeah,
But that is a good call out. One bad
completely
shot.
true.
They are similar looking. More so like how is it Fung Min and Cheryl that have the exact same like love bug outfit? I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is the
the
case.
exact same outfit. No, similar. Maybe we'll let it slide. That one I could tell the difference pretty well myself. So if I could tell the difference and I'm not comp, I'm assuming that a comp player can tell the difference very well.
Yeah,
So
the
we're gonna kind of gauge
main
it on that is like how a pub player can tell the difference, if that makes sense.
yeah, the main difference that like separates them the most that I personally use and a lot of people use is the player portrait. Those player portraits are completely different. Jake is not wearing a hat. Ace is wearing a hat. Ace has those shades on. Jake's looking a different direction. So you'll be able to tell, and those health states too. Those the difference between the injured and the healthy is the main thing there that allows us to differ between such survivors. We are now on the Dead Dog Saloon. Mitch here playing the Chatterer. It is the Cenobite. You were right.
I guessed it. Oh, by the way, good
It-
question. Yeah, you're not allowed to 4% in the game. Ooh, he found the box
yeah,
very quickly.
this is the main difference here. This is the pressure that Mitch wants right off rip. Finding that box to get that chain hunt going is crucial in in a pinhead set. So we saw that Mitch had that game since found the box. Unfortunately, our last pinhead did walk right by it without noticing. But that is going to be our first tag onto Garafa. No Sloppy Butcher to support us, but we do see him go into Mend. That is the return of the original Pain. The box is getting solved. It spawned inside the cactus field. Walker is going to be on that box and solving it immediately. Now, gonna be taking Garafa to our mid hook here. Gonna be, we're gonna see if uh, any gens explode, and that is going to be the case here. Our gallows gen here, the gallows, the hangman, whatever you like to call it. I know there's a lot of names for it, but that does explode. And why Scourgehook Pain Resonance is there to save Mitch's day, get that 20% regression on that generator. But now we do see DC, our Renato, trying to get this unhook onto Garafa. Garafa is here as our tunnel out. A tunnel out kind of like referred to in comp. We call the person who is on first hook. Wow.
That shot was nasty.
Wait. Way to make me lose my train of thought.
Sorry.
Just like no, not you, just that amazing shot.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was amazing. Wowie. Mitch knows what they're doing.
Yeah,
Cyber now has to mend because they are injured.
And I feel like Mitch is taking that last match personal against Garafa. He's up on the hook first. He's taking him out real quick.
Yeah, he wants Garafa dead. This is what you get for making us act like clowns when you were the clown.
Oh, shit.
Wait, I didn't mean it like that. Wait.
You're going to have to sleep with one eye open now. Garafa's coming,
no.
brother.
Oh, no. It might be over for me.
Mitch is
I don't think I'm going to be here in this world anymore.
This is just
Mitch is
wild.
definitely doing very good on this pinhead here. Our first of 3 generators that the survivors need to pop is complete. Like we said, you see it at the top of the screen, that scoreboard. You need 3 gens for I believe, suffocate to take this win. We have 2 survivors here going for a double save onto Garafa, takes the tag onto Walker, and now DC's job was to get that unhook while he was healthy, but unfortunately he was too far, and that is going to result in it just being a trade with an extra tag instead. Now, Garafa here has the job of lasting as long as possible in this chase. Walker here is going to be running into Mitch, however, not being able to make anything. And that's going to be Walker going down. DC and Walker on the floor. We see the other 2 standing survivors. There is a chance at a tie here. If Mitch can get these fast downs and these survivors make a crucial mistake. But it looks like these survivors are not going to be making that crucial mistake of allowing those downs to happen. Mitch here just might want to either find a survivor out of position trying to pick someone up, in which this is Garafa here at this pallet, going to be getting the stun, allowing him to survive a little longer. Walker now picked up, and DC will be picked up shortly after, as Mitch is too far away to prevent that. And there it is. Now, as I said before, Garafa's main goal here is to last as long as possible, as he is the death hook survivor. You do not want this tunnel out to happen quick, but he doesn't make the shack pallet as Mitch does land this chain. This guy is a demon on the chains. We do see the chase start, however, onto DC. DC here wants to get that pallet save to prevent that tunnel out. Gonna be picking up here. DC, I don't believe, has the distance to make that pallet, and we saw Walker there too, trying to get that pallet save, but no one was there for that pallet save in time, and Garafa is now dead. 3 gens still remain. It is still possible for Mitch to tie, as long as these survivors don't work on gens. Earlier in the game, we heard Hex Totem get cleansed, so Mitch had brung a Hex into this trial, which was Hex Ruin. Similar to our last Pinhead, they wanted to bring Hex Ruin for chains to prevent progress, and then the idea of just general passive pressure, you're off gens, and the gens regress. But we just saw that that 3rd generator did pop, and that does mean a winner is determined, and that is going to be Suffocate going on to winners round 2. Effigy, however, not out of the game yet. This is a double elimination tournament, and that is the fun of it. Double elimination, way better than single elimination, in my personal opinion.
Absolutely. In my opinion, it's actually sometimes better to lose in the first round, just so you can get it out of the way, get the jitters out, and then you just lock in, and you come back, and you just win the whole thing, and have like a Cinderella story, you know?
That is definitely a way to look at it. Like, losing that first round kind of on purpose, just to get those jitters out, get those first day jitters.
Get all the mistakes out in the first round, and then be perfect from then on.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely a risky play, though, because you're basically playing an extended single elim past that point then. So, I think that is a risky move, but I do like that idea.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying purposefully throw. I'm just saying, like, don't beat yourself up. Like, you know, you got your jitters. Yeah. Jitters are going to happen. And, you know, you're going to make mistakes in your first round. And just chalk it up to that, and then just be perfect from then on. Easy peasy.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy peasy. With the jitters gone, there's no room for mistakes.
What's up, Ruthless? Welcome into High Noon Havoc. This is our Swift tournament, homie. We got a bunch of comp players playing right now, and comp commentating. W commentating by Nugs today.
Yeah, I am here for that comp insight, as Thunder did want me here. By surprise, I'm usually not wanted, but we see the down onto Cyber. Gonna be getting that hook onto Cyber now. And good, it's gonna be the second stage. Our final fresh hook and our final pain resonance token goes to DC, our Renato here. gonna be finding someone at the end of the street. We see those scratch marks, and we see that someone else has rotated for the unhook. Who those people are, I got no idea right now. But Mitch does have an idea as to where everyone is. That is his good news. He has the rough estimate as to where everyone is. That reset happens, you know that there is people at this hook where Cyber was just unhooked. Gonna be getting the chain, and Cyber can't make that pallet because he's just so slow against the Cenobite here. Gonna be taking that tag, and that is gonna be another pallet thrown. These pallets, for those that don't play competitive, you'll notice that these pallets go down quick, but they don't get broken as quick as you'd think. Killers want to play around these pallets, as the idea of a 50-50 where you kind of sort of gamble if the killer is going to do something is what the killers want survivors to be in position of. If they lose that 50-50, they're dead. If they win that 50-50, however, the killers kind of extend in chase. But
Chat says they
while I
love
was
you,
yapping,
Nugs.
I love you, Thunder's chat. This is my favorite chat of all time now.
Hell yeah.
Love you
That's what we
guys.
love to hear.
Yeah. Go Thunder's chat. During my yapping, though, we had saw that Cyber AI is now dead. This means that there are only 2 survivors standing, and there's not a lot these survivors can do here. If Mitch extends a chase for long enough, for example, this chase onto Walker lasts too long, or we're going to be switching to DC. If this chase onto DC lasts too long, Walker can finish a generator, and that can be a 4K1. These survivors want to play for the best result possible. Currently, it's looking like a 4K2. These survivors want Mitch to make a mistake to overcommit to a chase, so then another survivor can try and finish a generator, in which it is very highly evident that the survivors really want to get this gen done here at the end of the street. This gen is likely the only one with progress the way that they are playing. That is going to be a chain hit onto DC, though, and that is going to result in the tag. He's too slow. He can't make that window. We saw that where Walker was, and he was rotating for that box,
So I
trying
see,
to finish that box there.
I see a problem here. So if you look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hook stages that it's showing. But when you come over here, it's showing 3, 6, 7 hook stages.
Yeah, that's good old behavior right
Good
there.
old behavior, spectator bug.
Good old behavior.
Well, because I was looking, I was like, why do I have 7, but the hook counter says 6? I was like, did I mess up? I was like, wait a second,
Yeah.
I didn't fucking mess up. Screw you, Matthew Cote, and your game.
Yeah. It's definitely one of the spectator bugs of all time. I wonder how many more there are. Definitely not at least 10 more, right, guys?
Yeah.
There's at least
Jesus.
10 more.
This game is wild sometimes.
Yeah.
That is one bug I never thought we would see because it's just so simplistic.
I think that what is causing that bug is not being on the killer POV when a hook happens, because like that killer POV hook circle thing goes up when you hook a survivor, but on the survivor side, you're not hooking a survivor. That's my guess as to why that bug is a thing. But we do see that Walker had taken a tag during this time, and in return, DC was trying to finish that generator once more, and these survivors are staying injured. They don't want to reset. Mitch here has original pain, though. It's definitely
Ooh,
a very good add-on in this case, landing that chain. Now these survivors can't work gens. That, like, in simplistic terms, these survivors need to mend first, and that allows Mitch to commit to this chase. He still doesn't, though. He thinks that DC is still really, really trying to finish that generator. He wants that 4K2. These survivors want that 4K1. And it looks like these survivors are just going to be mending and trying it again. I wonder if Walker is going to be rotating for the box here, and he is over here at the other side of the street, the opposite side of the map.
You guys have
And
seen
now-
Men Simulator with Legion. Now you've seen it with Pinhead.
Yeah. Who knew it would be on another killer, right? If I had a guess as to what it would be a new killer that would be causing this Men Simulator, not the Cenobite. But because Walker was solving that box, Mitch knows that Walker is not nearby. And that gives Mitch the idea, I can commit to this chase. I can get this down. And that's what Mitch does. That is exactly what Mitch does. Here, though, we're not going to be hooking DC, which is somewhat surprising on my end, because I would be thinking DC's our last painters. It can reduce that gen further, and it's never going to get done, ever. But that slugging does work out in Mitch's favor, as Walker is going to be found, and this should result in all survivors dying at 2 generators remaining.
A good call out in chat. This is probably the best Pinhead I've seen. Some of these chains have been just absolutely insane. So
Oh yeah, absolutely.
even though they lost this match, Mitch, you are amazing at Pinhead, sir. That
Yeah,
is
this
crazy.
is definitely an amazing Pinhead. Like those, there's a lot of chains I saw that game that I've never seen before. It's just brutal, man. Especially with original pain on those injured survivors, allowing that mend and just buys you just 10 seconds just because you're cool. You're so cool. You might be going to the losers bracket, but just know you're a winner for this.
Yeah, honestly, it gained a lot of my respect watching you play.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the fun of watching competitive players play, at least on my behalf. Seeing all these cool things, like just all these chains that you don't think they're gonna land, but suddenly they land them. They know their distances. They have that in their head. They've had these hours for so long.
Those
that they can
picture
just
perfect plays. Like
calculate.
the one chain he hit up on the going up main on the backside ramp. That
Oh yeah, that
it was like there was no way he hit that, but he hit that. It was just wild to see that happen.
like I can never control my chains for the life of me. But then there's this guy being like, "Hey, I think it's just a skill issue, and you're really bad at the game."
All right, I'm just gonna run through so we can highlight everything, make it bigger for everybody what people had. And yeah, go ahead. You can jump in real quick if you'd like. What's going on?
Well, like, do you want a perk evaluation here as to why these perks were picked? Like, I can do that. I can do that because there's definitely
Yeah,
some
absolutely.
perks here that, like, you might see and be like, why did they bring these perks? Like, for example, on Renato here, we see Calm Spirit. Why did Renato bring Calm Spirit? That seems like a perk that is not very good at all in general. And in a general basis, that is the case. Against the Doctor, it's amazing. But we're not against the Doctor. We're against the Cenobite. Why did he bring Calm Spirit? That's just because when you solve the box as a pinhead, everyone screams and reveals their location. Bringing Calm Spirit makes so that you don't scream, and Pinhead only gains 3 survivors intel compared to 4. And I believe it was Renato trying to go for the box at the beginning of the game, so that's often what they do a lot. And then there's that tenacity flip-flop. In the case of slugging, you get that flip-flop value going strong for you, which is very nice to have. That's generally it, though. A lot of the perks are like kind of standard for a low tier like this.
All right, and what's up, Lorena?
Oh, Scarlet Hedgies had an emergency, so they are only running with 4 players. Their killer is running as their extra survivor at the moment.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. As long as they have 4 people, you can compete. Oh.
And they might crash because they're having a lot of technical issues. So I just want to let you guys know just in case that happens.
Okay,
All right.
do we want to skip them in the bracket if the next teams are ready?
I can check if they want to do that because I think the next teams are already in. Prism is missing and so is Loop, so I don't think they're ready at all.
Okay.
So they're just gonna have to do it.
Okay, sounds good. So we got Scarlet Hedgies and we got Courage coming at you guys. Let me reset the brackets and get everything set up. No, that is my mod Lorena, or the Grinch Bot Steals Xmas is what she is on Twitch. I appreciate you coming in and giving us that heads up on what's going on. So keep in mind, for the sake of the show, we're going to keep going. We are perfectly on time as it is right now. Scarlet Hedgies, if you have not sent me a friend request for one of your teammates, send me a friend request so we can get you on in here. And while I'm getting all of that set up, we got Scarlet Hedgies on the left. And we got Courage on the right. Those are our logos. Those are our teams. We're going to go ahead and start getting everybody in here. Let me switch on over. I want to show you guys real quick what everything looks like right now. So this is what everything looks like right now. Gamblers will be going against Noxes later. Locker Gremlins will be going against Suffocate later. So that's coming up in about 3 matches for Noxes and Gamblers, 4 matches for Locker Gremlins and Suffocate. We got the Scarlet Hedgies and Courage right now. Next up after this round, guys, will be Prism in Soma Soup Uwu. That will be the next group. Moving on, which we'll find out who will go against Renegade and who will go against Hysteric later on in the matchups. And what we are going to see now is we do have Team Courage is the killer. Am I correct? So what we're going to see is Wraith. And for our other team, we are going to see Pig when they're playing killer. So what do you expect to see from Wraith, and what do you expect to see from Pig? Nugs.
From Wraith, I am definitely interested. This is another Dead Dog Saloon killer. And again, I would expect something around the lines of like 9 stages. They've definitely surpassed my expectations. However, these killers, I don't think there's been one time where they matched my expectations. So I might be expecting a little bit high here. Maybe we see a 4K1, 4K2. Who knows? Wraith is one of those killers. You hit, you run. You're not really committing to a chase at all. So, especially on the perk side, I would expect something like Sloppy Butcher for that. With Pig, however, Pig is an indoor killer, a stealth killer, one of those killers often played on Midwich, and her power is basically crouching to have that stealth ability, and the ambush in the crouch to as a dash attack, which has been very much buffed recently, and I wonder if our Pig has succumbed to those buffs and can definitely play around Midwich palettes in such a sense, as Midwich palettes are very much not safe against the Pig. It's either you lose a 50, you win a 50.
Yeah,
correct. What do you have to say, Thunder?
Real quick before we go into the match, remember firecrackers are still banned, guys. If I remember correctly, let's go to balance updates. As a reminder, firecrackers are banned. Yes. So Ada, we will have to remove the firecrackers, please, before we go in, so we don't have a penalty going forward. So we'll make sure we get that. So what's your thoughts on Pig on Midwich? Do you think we're gonna see a hardcore stealth Pig?
There's definitely a lot of playstyles to Midwich Pigs, and more playstyle I'm accustomed to is that hardcore stealth. Crouching around, you lose line of sight. Survivors don't know where you are. You sneak up on them, get a free tag, maybe even a grab if they're not paying attention from your uncrouch. There's and then the builds I usually see on the pig is something very hex heavy. So I wonder if our pig is going to be bringing that too. I'm definitely very intrigued because there's a lot of playstyles here. You could just see a pig that's just purely hit and run. You could see a pig that's trying to wait at gens, being like big scary, or even trying to memorize where boxes are located and go to boxes after a generator has popped when someone has a head trap on to try and force a head pop for that early 3v1. So there's definitely like so many ways you can play a pig
And survivors, go ahead
in
and
comparison
ready up
to a
for
wraith,
us
in my opinion.
whenever you guys are ready. I'm curious
Entertain
to see,
me.
I'm curious to see how a pig is going to play out in comp. I've seen very high skilled pigs before in pubs, and I have not seen pig in comp. I've seen wraith in comp. Wraith has been featured in like Odds Darva and Hens, other people that showcase the talent in the comp community, but I've never seen a pig. So I'm curious to see the way it plays out with pig, to be honest. And I'm really interested to see if the pig can actually outmatch the wraith. 'Cause I feel like, wouldn't the wraith be a little bit stronger in this setting? Just because of technical hit and run style, you can catch people off guard. You can get,
A lot of I'd say I pretty sure like I get what you're saying here, like what you're going for, like how the wraith works because you've seen it before. Um, I'm also curious, like a lot of these win conditions, because Midwich is also like a hard map to learn to um what's it called? What am I trying to say here? Midwich is a hard map to learn in the competitive setting because you can get lost very easily if you don't know where you are. Luckily, there's that side of set rooms, but there's a pretty often mistake that people make where they say they're on a different part of the map where they actually are, and that can completely throw off some teams if that mistake happens. So hopefully these survivors for courage, it's courage going against the pig, right?
correct. Yeah. So right now we have Courage's Killer and we have Scarlet Hedgie's Survivors.
All right, awesome. So hopefully the courage survivors can not make those mistakes because then that can be crucial. It also depends on how this wraith does. Where we will see that win condition as well. I am very, I'm very curious, just like you, to see how this pig set is going to go, because there's a lot of playstyles to the pig, and depending on the playstyle, it might change the results. Because you don't know what we don't know what courage has been practiced against for this pig. A lot of players like to practice sets
True.
And
Because very good comms. Like
Yeah.
a lot of people, including myself, because I stream, I may do Swifts and other things. For the most part, I'm not in comms with other people. So people underestimate just exactly how strong comms actually are. All right, we're looking at everybody's under 200. Let's do it.
Yup.
We are on the
Yeah,
correct map.
those comms definitely very important. It's why these are like teams in a sense, teams of 4. If this was, you know, the difference between being with your friends, you always know where the killer is most of the time when you're with your friends, but when you're by yourself, you don't have that information unless you are bringing such perks in solo queue.
Speaking of perks, we can see the corrupt intervention with the white outlines.
Yep, that is gonna be Xander's first perk revealed to these survivors. We do see a group of 2 survivors, however, trying to
Double a
Double.
gen. All right.
yeah, doubling a gen. I I kind of like that idea, trying to get that early pressure, but that does result in both of these survivors having to run to the same area, and because Ascend had ran into more of a dead zone area, Xander has opted to go for Ascend here, our Yui. There's going to be the down onto Ascend, and Boil Over here is going to be brought. We're not going to be taking this hook at the end of the street, as a matter of fact.
I was gonna say that
Or we
you're
are.
not making it to another hook. You need to take that hook.
Yeah, definitely. I think Xander had high hopes, but I think Xander also thought that someone would be there to take a hit to allow Ascend to wiggle off. We're just gonna be taking that hook at the end of the street and gonna be applying our skull bell thingy spine weapon onto Azzy's back.
My favorite weapon of all time, the skull bell spine weapon thingy. Buy it at your local
what?
pawn shop, guys.
Yeah, that could probably be sold at the pawn shop. Who knows? It has that horror element to it. We did see that Ascend did get unhooked. Xander had ran away from Azzy's chase to go after Ascend again, and that did result in a quick down as Ascend was unable to stealth away there. Now, we know that someone else should be like around this area, whether it is Becky or Velaina, VTTTV. And that is the case, as we just switched to Vala over there, right by that hook.
That was a very sneaky move. We love to see it.
Yep, that is going to be Vela on the stealth, getting that unhook, and we do still see Ascend, however, running into the edge map. This is not a good place to be at all. Xander knows this, but Vala is there for the hit tank, making Xander whiff with that like 0.5 seconds of a body block, and now it is just Ascend to last as long as possible. Xander going for a swing through the window and missing. Now cloaking up, Ascend is going to be trying to run to a loop. Xander is going to be body blocking, however, on the Wraith, and that is going to be Ascend going down. Xander has his suspicions, however. He thinks someone is here for this pallet save, and that is true, as he is here trying to get the pallet save onto Ascend to allow Ascend to live for longer. Gonna be taking the tag, however, and dropping the pallet to stun Xander, but as he is staying in this place, as he definitely needs to leave this loop soon and just cut their losses. Ascend is dead unless they have a flashlight save somewhere. Gonna be vacuuming into that vault, but Xander does have that bloodlust and is going to be making that pallet, and as he goes down.
This might be huge, though. They might be able to get Ascend back up. And they did, right as I said something. Oh my god.
Xander wanted to hook Azzy instead of Ascend here, not wanting to have that 3v1 early. Both survivors are there. They wanted Ascend up. They healed Ascend right back up, and now Xander has another chase on Ascend, another chase to go for. We're going to be getting the pallet stun, and now we're going to be kind of running towards the main building here. But just could not make the main building. Ascend realized this, and now is stuck here in the cactus field at this carriage pallet.
Ooh,
but
the body
Becky
block
is here for the body block. Does not get past Becky, however. I thought he was for a second there. But there was
he got
some
fat shamed.
rubble.
Becky was like, no. You need to lose a little weight if you're getting past me, buddy.
Yep, that rubble was there, and who knows? This Wraith might need to be even more skinnier than he already is.
We are going to see Ascend exit the trial. Unless Boil Over is just too strong.
Yeah. That is it though. Ascending to the entity for their next trial, as this is an infinite loop of life and death and suffering. Only two of those things change from time to time. We are now going to go to the water tower and find our Michaela here, Vala, who is going to be taking a tag because Xander did have that ability to sneak up onto Vala, being cloaked, not having a tear radius, no red stain in sight. We hear an Ace scream, and that is because of, I've said this a lot, it's a very common perk here, Scourgehook Pain Resonance. Was here to save the day and not allow this Gallows generator to pop, as a matter of fact. Because of that pain res, this will result in Gallows not popping, and it looks like Becky will be going down as well. We hear that sound effect pop into our ears after Becky went down. That generator got damaged again. This was from Eruption, and then that little 3-gen mechanic where you can only kick a gen 8 times and it notifies you once you are at 4. This is to help the killer track how many times a generator has been hit. But this is a very bad position here.
I think this is going to be curtain call right there.
Yeah, that is a curtain call.
Go ahead and give it back to him. I added it to the title, or take it away from him. I added it to the title.
Yeah. There's gonna be a 4K at 4 generators though. That is brutal. That is a brutal win condition very much. So we saw some blood, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I was tripping out on that, but Xander is looking for the Ada here, Azzy, who was the one that got the trade onto Vala. We hear Ada's grunts of pain. Did Xander hear her? We shall. I don't think Xander heard her. Oh, or
upstairs?
I believe she crawled up the stairs.
Yeah.
And yep, there she is. No bleeding out for you, Azzy. No, not today. And now it is just time to find Becky, our fresh hook survivor. And this fresh hook bleeding out can make a difference. Last seen at the main building. We'll see if Becky is still there. Do we hear some Ace grunts of pain? Not yet. Xander's looking. We hear crows though. Xander does not hear those crows. He's looking for this Ace. Ace is in the main building though. Xander does not know this. But maybe Becky might get 2 other crows to have that loud noise notification, that AFK detection in Becky's favor. Will he hear the crows this time?
Oh,
and
he hears it.
Yeah, he hears it, and he is.
She was
going
doing
to
so
be
good.
Found. This Wraith has. This Wraith's head is not on his body.
I mean, that is, you know, that's normal. That's normal.
Together. What? Oh, okay. That was not on my bucket list. I was not expecting I was not expecting this Wraith to be assembled buy Play-Doh.
So, for a question of chat, yes, all of this is allowed. Tunneling, camping, slugging is all allowed. The only issue with slugging is if you bleed somebody out, you will miss out on the kill hook. You will get 2 stages, and if you did not hook them at all ever, you will miss out on the fresh hook. So it incentivizes you not to bleed them out, but you can slug, you can tunnel, you can camp, whatever you would like to do. So that is perfectly legal. This team honestly did really well with the body blocks and the teamwork together. Where do you think it all went wrong? Because it looked like they're doing so good, then all of a sudden you blinked and then they're all on the ground. You think that's just because that's Wraith gameplay, or what do you think that is?
I don't think that was more so Wraith gameplay. I think this came from some mistakes on the Survivor end, unfortunately, as these, our first couple of chases, our tunnel out, mainly took a little bit longer than you'd like to think on a Wraith set. Those chases were quick, but they did extend it very nicely by having Azzy go for some form of pallet save that allowed Ascend to get back up off the ground.
That was
and
brilliant.
Prevent that tunnel out.
Yeah, the fact that they got him up,
play.
I thought they were going to make a huge turnaround and start popping gens, and then, like I said, I blinked, and then they were all on the ground.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, the main thing that was missing there was generator progress. They felt they had that pressure onto them. They took too many injuries. A perk that I was expecting to see is here, Sloppy Butcher.
And then, not to mention, Michaela, Valania is my new favorite survivor. She had Pebble.
They bragged
She
the
brought
Pebble.
Pebble. Oh my god.
The Pebble.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If somebody brings Pebble into this comp setting and they make it work, I will literally gift them a sub somewhere. I don't even care. I love Pebble. Pebble's my jam. All right.
You hear that, chat? Those are incentives. Thunder is paying you to lose.
Listen,
I
tell people this all the time. Pebble is comp. All right? You just got to know how to use it in the comp setting. I'm going to bring Pebble to comp, guys. If there's one thing I do as a streamer in this world, it will be to bring Pebble to comp.
Hey, who knows? What you could Pebble a generator, have that killer check the generator for no reason, just to see it at 0. And that wastes his time. That gives you guys time to pop another generator. It could be amazing. We have our Courage survivors now in our lobby. I see a lot of people I recognize. Ooh la la. This is gonna be fun. Now, this killer is going to be the pig. These survivors here need to be coordinated with where they are. They need to call out where the killer is. Courage here has they're kind of like breathing out softly right now, being like, whew, Xander got a 4K at 4 generators. We can pop 2 generators and we'll be fine. Hopefully we don't make that many mistakes for that to happen, but we do have that wiggle room on a map like Midwich. Thanks to our lovely teammate Xander. Now, because of this as well, Ascend has a lot more pressure. 5 generators need to all 7 generators, not 5. All 7 generators need to stay alive for them to win. They can't let more than 1 generator pop without them going to the lower bracket. So there's definitely a side of pressure on each of these sides here. Now, our offerings are here. We've loaded in. We're gonna see what Scarlet Hedges can possibly do on the pig here, and if Courage can answer back on the survivor side and pop two generators, hopefully. Loading in here. Who's ready?
Also, good question
for
from
the pig?
chat. They asked, are bear traps allowed on their heads?
Yes, bear traps are allowed on their heads. This is a part of the pig's power. The pig does get to use their bear traps in an attempt to make survivors die immediately. This is completely fine. This is completely allowed. Mainly just because it's a part of their power and it makes the pig significantly weaker without those bear traps. It allows that passive pressure. It allows Ascend to do a lot more. Ascend gets to, you know, just put a bear trap on a survivor's head and maybe just not worry about them for a bit, depending if they go for that tunnel out. However, that reveals two perks. Two perks just got revealed here with that one pallet that Ascend has gotten stunned by and broken. We saw Enduring, reducing that stun duration by a while, a whole 50%. And then that pallet got broken rather quickly. This is because of Brutal Strength. During this yapping, though, I am, or we are witnessing JoJo take this first chase, and he is playing this well. Those pallets immediately going down, and Ascend here with Brutal Strength is just immediately breaking them. He is completely fine with breaking these pallets here, and it looks like JoJo will be going down though. No! JoJo busting a move! And it is gonna be JoJo lasting just a little bit longer. And is gonna be having that bear trap placed on their head. Gonna be taking the first hook of the game. I wonder, one gen got popped already. Do they have a second generator on standby? Ascend now going into crouch, becoming undetectable. And we now see a hex totem that's lit right in front of us. Why is that hex totem there? JoJo just got hooked. What could have lit that hex totem up? Hex Plaything. Hex Plaything now is going to be making JoJo be oblivious and can no longer hear Ascend's terror radius. Xander gonna be playing this pallet here, and Ascend trying to mind game it, get those wins. Unfortunately, though, just going to be breaking the pallet. Xander does not vault. He is a patient man. We're also going to be breaking this pallet here, and we see that that gen has a lot of progress. Where Xander wants to run over to the courtyard. Oddly enough, in this game of Midwich, there was no courtyard generator, I believe. It's going to be the first tag onto Xander. JoJo.
I really hope they build him a house here.
Unhooked.
Build him a house! Oh my god.
We'll see. Oh, Ascend does not want that house built. And the second generator does pop. Courage moves on to the next round, but it is not over for Scarlet Hedges. They still have the lower bracket to go for. They still have a chance at redemption. They still have many chances.
And keep in mind,
It's not over yet.
one of the aspects of this tournament that is unique to a lot of tournaments is I do not allow you to use the same killer twice. So this could be one of their weaker killers, and they're using Pig now to see if they can advance with Pig, and they could be saving their stronger killers for later. That is a strategy.
That is a strategy. You are completely correct there. And especially with, like, the idea of only having certain tiers allowed to be picked. Like, we've seen all these bottom tiers. Usually you'd see, like, a mid-tier killer right now. Sometimes you'll see, like, a mastermind set by now. Sometimes you'll see an unknown set by now. But this is because this tournament here, this round, only allows those bottom two tiers to be played. The tier 4s and the tier 5s, which is very unique, and I very much congratulate Thunder for finding a way to make that kind of unique in a sense to have more of these weaker killers played.
It's something that I really enjoy, because I've found by doing these tournaments that the likelihood of somebody playing Nurse, Blight, Chucky, Billy, you know, all of those strong killers are through the roof. So when I negate the ability for them to do that every single round, and then once they do bring out their big dogs, oh my god, a head-on! What
Oh
the
my
hell?
god. We saw that head-on, and that allowed Monarch to get out of that room scot-free. I wonder who that head-on was from. And we do see some blood here. That might have been Jojo on the head-on. No, that was Jackal. I wonder where that blood did come from. Jackal with that amazing head-on. Congratulations, Jackal. I'm pretty sure you just won Thunder's heart based off
You
of this
literally
reaction.
did. I'm getting on my knees after this and proposing to that man. We're gonna start calling him Jackal
good
Gun
spirit.
after this.
Jackal Gun 68, opposite number. Ascend now struggling to keep a track
Oh
onto
my God.
Jackal. A flashbang comes into play. Firecrackers might be banned, but flashbangs are not. You get to craft those flashbangs after doing 40% of a generator, and it acts the same as a firecracker. So that will cause Jackal to get out of there, only taking one hit, and gonna be faking the window and now dying in this corner, extending the chase. Ascend wants those boops though.
We love
Just
to
those-
see it. We love to see the personality. He knew the game was
Yep.
over, but he's still gonna have fun with it. He's still gonna enjoy his time here. I love to see
Yeah. And Jackal did definitely give those boops. Someone was instantly there to get that unhook. These survivors are definitely playing very optimally here on Courage. And one gate is open. Xander likely running to that gate. We see Jojo as well. And I believe that is going to be everyone out of there. Definitely very well played by these survivors. They knew what they were doing. I was panicking for no reason. No reason at all. They were completely fine. They had that mid-witch clock down. They had those communications down. They knew what they were doing.
Honestly, the
Holy.
chat is asking for us to disqualify Courage because they did not give boops. However, Jackal gave one boop, so we are going to allow them to continue in the tournament. Everybody knows the biggest rule is that you need to boop the snoot. Anyway, on that note, let's take a look at the perks. We're going to highlight them all real quick. That head-on play was absolutely wild.
I loved that head-on. That was such a good head-on. I love it so much. Good job, Jackal, on that head-on there.
Jackal, you are a beast, and I'll see you later, big boy. Anyway,
Yep.
so, all right, everything looks good here. Anybody see anything here? I don't see anything there. Good predictions are up. Thank you so much. And remember, Scarlet Hedgies, you may have lost this round, but you are still in the tournament. You are not eliminated. That's why we love double elimination tournaments.
You may be down, but you are not out. Just remember, I'm bringing a Fortnite quote here. You're in the storm, that doesn't mean it's game over.
All right, we're going to do the coin flip. Prism wants the rocket ship. Let's do it. What do you got, Prism? All right, so we got the one. So, Soma Soup Ooh Woo. Do you want Killer or Survivor first? All right, and then let's go ahead and clean up the teams here. We got Prism on the left. We got Somo Soup Ooh Woo. They're going to be on the right. Boop, there's the logos. GG's, everybody. You guys all did great. Absolutely fun matches to watch. I appreciate you guys. And let's show you guys real quick what we're dealing with here. So, Courage will move on, and they will go against Renegade in about 3-4 matches. And then the winner of this match will go on to go against Hysteric. And we go ahead and got that. They would like to do Survivor first. So, Prism, you are Killer first. If you go ahead and get your Killer ready to go and send me an invite. Prism is going to be Pig. Okay. So, we're going to see
More
Pig.
pig.
back-to-back piggies, and then Vecna for soup. So we're gonna see our first Vecna. What do you think? Like, we already talked about pig. What do you think about Vecna? What's your thought process there?
Vecna is an interesting killer. That's he has a lot of things going for him. He has his Dispelling Saphir, he has his Mage Hand, he has his Fly, and he has his M2 Attack the Flight of the Damned. Those Artist Crow style kind of attacks that deal one whole health state. These he has a lot in his kit, but what makes him lack in power is those cooldowns. Those cooldowns are critical to his power, and those cooldowns can sometimes make or break. I know it's either in this PTB or it's in live right now that he got buffed uh, to have his cooldown significantly reduced. I don't. I'm pretty sure it's only in the PTB right now, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to wait a little while longer, November 28th, to see those changes into action. But Vecna, I have yet to see in a comp setting. I have seen him in a lot of pools for tournaments, but I never see this guy get picked. Someone pick him in other tournaments. I want to see this guy get played more. I love Vecna. I love Vecna.
Oh, and real
Like, he's
quick, sneaky on that thought process, please ask questions. We have a lot of comp people. Our commentator Nugs has been in comp for over a year. We're going to have other
Yep.
commentators coming in that are in comp. So feel free, ask the questions. Absolutely. So
Yeah,
we
I'm,
can,
I'm
we can
very
tell you
happy
all
to
of them.
answer him.
And real quick, guys, while we are getting everybody in here, we got Prism and their killer is here, right? So we need Soup. Go ahead and join me. I got some friend requests I'm accepting. Go ahead and join me when you guys can. Let's start getting the lobby going, and then I want to take a quick bathroom break before we start up. So do not ready up until I tell you, OG Velociraptor. The survivors, you guys can ready up. OG, please don't ready up until I am ready, okay?
That leaves me on chat entertainment. You have me on a big task here.
I mean, you've been doing great so far. Everybody's talking about how you're the GOAT the entire time. They want me to hand over my stream key to you so you can just take over the channel.
Well, hey, and if there's good news for chat here, I am gonna be here same time throughout the tournament, 7 to 10 EST, or in Thunder's time, 4 to 7 p.m. So I'm gonna be here rather often. That's a total of 12 hours where I just get to yap to you guys. Uh, but our survivors are now joining in.
All right.
They
Real quick, I will be taking a bathroom break. I'll be right back, and I'll leave you in Nugs' hands. All right.
All right. You guys are all mine now. Xbox got another quote. The closer the circle, the better the people. Good quote. Good quote. Does okay. Nuck, you want ASMR. Who wants the ASMR? Who wants the Nugs ASMR? Who wants the ASMR? Don't say it like that, Nugs. Why? Why, Furious? Furious wants to be the one doing the ASMR. You guys want ASMR? Thank you, Griff. Call me the GOAT. Repping Nia for Noob 3. I don't know where Noob 3 went. This guy always comes back for 5 videos and then is gone for a year and then comes back for 5 videos and then is just gone for another year. It's I miss him. He's such a good content creator. I love him so much. And I do wish he would come back, but I'm not sure if he will at this point. Looks like everyone's readied up. I don't think OG was in the chat at the time for Thunder to, or to hear Thunder say to not ready up. So it looks like we might just be going in. Yeah, I thought we weren't going either, but I don't think OG was in chat trying to like follow, kind of like what would it be called? Like kind of respecting the idea of privacy.
Good thing I'm back in time.
Yeah, I don't think OG was in your chat to hear you say not to ready up.
All right,
on
but
that.
we got it in time. No worries. And
Yep,
ping
Thunder's
looks
back
good.
in just in time.
Let's do it.
We're back on the Midwich Elementary School. Back so soon, huh? I think we're entering period 2 now. Period 1 just ended. Now our survivors are playing into a stealth style, and OG bringing a build more so upon my expectations. Like very hex heavy build. We see two hexes. We see 2 hexes, and or no, we see 3 hexes. Wow, like that's very hex heavy. We shall reveal those hexes as they do get found. One of them's already gone, and we have our first chase onto Unholy here. We're gonna be taking this chase into the classrooms, but this classroom has nothing to work with. Unholy is able to see this and is going to be going to the music room. This room always has a pallet here, and now that's another hex totem that is found by these survivors.
And he gets a party hat.
Yep, the party hat is always awesome. We see that a totem is in white aura, though. For those that don't know, this is caused by Hex Pentimento. Pentimento shows that Hex aura, or not Hex aura, totem aura in white for you to relight and make the survivors wish they were never there.
Right? The second you see that, you're like, I wish I wasn't here.
Yep. That 30% generator slow reduction on that first token is definitely going to be brutal. They're going to have to re-cleanse that totem immediately. We have our first generator popping, however, and this is going to be a tag onto Clownfish. Unholy is just now unhooked, and because the generator popped, his head trap is going to be active immediately. So they might reset, they might not reset. Unholy might want to try it and get those head traps off as soon as possible to search those jigsaw boxes. Now I'm gonna be downing Clownfish over in the room right below the library. Don't want some books just yet. Now he wants the books, and is gonna be getting that Pentimento up in action. Generators are now 30% slower, and that is going to be another Hex Totem cleansed before we got to see it in action. Now, OG is kind of camping this hook here, just kind of proxying it a little, trying to make sure that no one can enter from a specific area. This is a very good call by OG here for 2 primary reasons. 1, it prevents the unhook, and 2, you're right by Pentimento. This is a very bad place to die for the survivors for that reason. You're right by Pentimento, so they can't do gens as quick. A roughly 30% reduction totals it to roughly 2 minutes to do a whole generator, and it's 2 minutes 20 seconds for someone to die on hook. A minute 10 seconds if it's just one stage, which it looks like OG's trying to do here, trying to get that second stage onto Clownfish, but little to his knowledge, ISO is also here to get the unhook onto Clownfish. Unholy is now no longer bear trapped, but is going to be But now Clownfish is back on the ground, unable to make this pallet, and calls Clownfish's bluff here. Clownfish was trying to make a play to make it look like either ISO was or OC was around for that pallet save, but it was not the case at all. Once more, however, Clownfish it has went down in the area with Pentimento. Not good. With another Hex Totem cleansed too, OG can just relight that Hex Totem that's cleansed right again once this one is cleansed to just keep that Pentimento going and just put some pressure on these survivors. Now, once more, we have OC here. OG now expecting ISO to be here for the save, but ISO does not need to rotate. OG is just accepting the fact that this is going to be a trade. We hear a loud noise notification. It is from
for the people.
ISO, who is going to be for the peopling.
That was
Clownfish.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that prevents that tunnel out for just that much longer. But now that is 2 survivors slugged on the ground. This still puts survivors in a bad position. The good news for you, Clownfish is alive. That's the good news.
You know what I always say? When somebody's for the people, you give them a party hat.
Yeah. You for the people, you're invited to the party. What can I say? You use a good perk, you deserve to be invited. Now we see that OG was camp. Oh,
Bro, we are seeing some W plays right now.
there we go. We see the pallet save from Clownfish, and in return, Unholy said, "Hey, you guys did a good job. Now get your party hats off. You're no longer invited." Clownfish, ISO, and OC have that task of getting the party hats off of their heads, and they got boxes to search. They've made it so that the average amount of boxes you have to search is 3, and this chase onto Clownfish definitely does not help his case here. It's gonna progress his timer just a little bit. Gonna be doing a backflip, but doesn't land it, unfortunately. Gonna be on the ground. Can't get back up, but OG is such a nice person. What he's gonna do is pick up Clownfish for him. So just get him back on his feet and take him to the Elder God, the entity. There's gonna be now 1 survivor dead. 2 survivors are too pressured to even be able to get on a generator. They are gonna be busy getting those boxes off of, or not boxes, getting those party hats off of their heads. I was gonna say that they used the party hats to get rid of their boxes. I'm a little weird. That is gonna be the second Pentimento up, though. That is now gonna be
you can hear that just beeping away.
Again, ISO and Unholy very much unaware of where OG is. We hear OC here too, trying to get the trap off of her head, but that is gonna result in OC going down. Gonna be taking this hook here, and that is the first hook onto OC, and I believe everyone now has their fresh hook given. Gonna be trying to find either ISO or Unholy, thinking that one of them is working this generator, but that is not the case here, it seems to be. Unholy had walked to a different classroom, and ISO is on a different generator, I believe. Unless ISO was there or something. No, it was Unholy. OC still on this hook. It looks like the idea here is just to have Unholy go for this unhook, and ISO works on this generator. OG in stealth, however, might catch ISO off guard. It's still working this generator, and that is going to result in ISO going down.
The commentator's curse, you called it, caught him off guard. He had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. Just wanted to get those gens done. But there's a piggy. Oink, oink. You're on the floor. Gonna be taking this upstairs hook, forcing survivors to just go upstairs a little bit. And OG was shaking his camera towards the opposite corner. The main reason for that is likely because these are teams of a maximum of 6. And with that, this could mean that the team members are also watching him play in his ear to provide him information as well. Or not provide him, give him an idea of information. He was looking over there, probably because either A, he was describing that to his teammates, where survivors could be, or B, his teammates were telling him where those 2 survivors could be, that general area. In which, because of that, we found Unholy trying to do a 360 ambush dash, but unfortunately, Unholy has that reaction time to get the palace done.
Good question from chat. So there are 2 hooks at the top of the scoreboard. So the one in the middle is hook stages, and the one on the right that has the little 1 on it is the first hook. So the first hook means the fresh hook, the very first stage.
Yep. That's why you are seeing it at a lower number than the middle hook icon, because you can only get a maximum of 4 compared to 12. This is of the case of our scoring system, where gens are first, the amount of generators you complete, and then the hook stages are second, the total amount of hook stages, and then the fresh hooks are third. So say you get a 7-stage game with all 4 survivors being at least hooked once, but in the second game the killer gets 7 hook stages but only 3 fresh hooks survivors on that have been hooked at least once. In that case, Team A would take the win. That is not going to be the case here, as OG already has 8 hook stages, so that was just a hypothetical, of course. We have the unhook onto Unholy. OC is here to get that reset, and on some other place of the map where there is not peace and quiet, there is an ISO getting chased by a piggy. Amanda Young in that pig costume. It is not Halloween. Amanda just wants to be a pig for fun. I'm going to be going for an ambush.
My God,
OG with 360.
That was wild. This is such
for
a good
those
match.
that might have been in Thunder's chat before. OG was a competitor in Thunder's previous 1v1 tournament and won it, just completely winning it.
He did a great job. Yeah, he was a surprise. He was an unknown, and there was some other guys that we saw that we thought were going to win the tournament, and he just came in and kicked everyone's butt.
Yeah, OG was our underdog here. We see this gen was... Okay, I can explain this in a way on how OG knew that Unholy was there without ever seeing Unholy or hearing the generator actually get repaired. This is because of Hex Ruin, which we saw get active after he let go of the gen. Because the generator was not regressing, OG knew that someone was there working on that generator, which allowed him to get that free tag onto Unholy, and we're actually going to see him leave this chase here and try and catch OC off guard somewhere. Unholy does not believe that OG has fully left this chase, however.
What's up, Blue? Welcome into High Noon Havoc, brother. We are in the middle of our comp tournament.
Yup. Yep.
And like I
You
said,
already
Blue,
know.
if you have some time, we'd love to have you as a special guest. Jump in and say hi to everybody. You let me know, sir.
Absolutely. While we do see OC was getting chased by this pig, might still be on OC, that is the case. Unholy here is trying to finish that generator right above OG. He wants to make that WinCon 3 generators popped, not 2. Going into stealth, going upstairs through the bathroom though. Now accessible because of that old Midwich update that did happen recently. Unholy was aware of OG's actions, however, OG's silliness, so to say. OG now following Unholy's scratch marks, and it looks like they've disappeared. He's definitely vanished, or not. We hear Unholy, and he is here right at the God window. OG had full belief to think that he was just gone because in crouch he moves slower than survivors, I'm pretty sure. So now we're just gonna be trying to like bait the idea that we've left the chase and make Unholy panic a little. Still gonna be pre-dropping that pallet though. That pallet just went down, and there was a chance that OG wasn't even there anymore. That is what I mean by in competitive Dead by Daylight, those pallets are dropped.
Real quick, guys, you might have just seen what just happened with the scoreboard. We just did a live edit to the scoreboard to make it look different from the other hook, so you guys know what it looks like. So looks a little bit different. We had a little bit of blood to it. So massive shout out to Grinchbot Steals Christmas. She is an absolute amazing artist, absolutely amazing bot, absolutely amazing ambassador. So thank you so much, and shout out to all the ambassadors, everybody that's helping. You guys are really helping behind the scenes, making everything go smoothly, and I absolutely love you guys. You guys are just kicking some ass. I love it. And good question. So we do not want them watching stream if possible. So what would you say towards other comp tournaments when it comes to watching stream when they're competing? Nugs.
Quite often, if this is caught out, it does result in major penalties, and more often than not, in like a tournament setting, you'll often see that it is with a delay of like 5 minutes, maybe even up to 10 minutes, just to avoid those stream watchers giving away either positions or builds if there's no perk cover. But we do have a perk cover here to avoid that, which is pretty good for not having a stream delay, which not having a stream delay is completely fine. We're just here to have fun, and it was evident by OG readying up before you came back that he wasn't watching stream at all, and none of Prism was either, to avoid that, to avoid like stream watching in a like quote unquote cheating stance.
I'm glad you're enjoying
Quite
this,
usually
Nikki.
though.
I hope everybody's enjoying this. And again, feel free to reach out to me or to the mods or the ambassadors and provide us with some feedback, because I love bringing these competitions and these tournaments and these things to the community at large, and I want to be able to continue to do a better job every single time. So I look at feedback as a gift, so please give me feedback. And no, don't give feedback like, your ass. You know, like, if you're going to give me feedback, give me real feedback. You know, obviously the audio, for whatever reason, is really glitching with Nugs. I can't control that. I don't know why it's doing it. But that is something we can look into for the future. Absolutely. But yeah, I want to do this again, and I want to do the 1v1 tournament again, the Blood Point tournament, the Sandbag tournament. I love doing these things with you guys. And your feedback can really help.
I'd love to be a part of a Sandbag tournament.
Dude, it was wild. Enemies were made that day. Oh, we're getting the boops?
Oh, we're getting the boops. The hatch was found by OG, and Unholy was trying to escape, but Unfortunately, OG had found the correct gate, and we are going to be seeing a Mori here.
And this will result in the hook stage, as you see where I gave them the hook stage. The 4 P100 lobby, and they got 4 K2. So,
Yep.
that was a
Definitely
strong
great
big performance by
here.
OG over here.
Yeah, OG, strong pig, must say. Gone against it before, and boy, was it something. He's definitely a very good pig player, and he proved it again this time around. So, very, very happy that the tournament setting here did not impact his stress level.
And by the way, guys, you don't actually get more points from doing a Mori, but I will reward you with cool points. So if you want cool points, make sure you get that final Mori in. Those are very important. You can cash those in at the Thundergun store nationwide. So collect your cool points by getting Moris.
Yeah. Just makes Mori Monday even better.
Exactly. I wonder what I can get that number up to. All right. I am waiting.
7 million.
Oh, I hope so. That'd be wild. We got the Noodle with the Vecna coming up. He's been bragging about his Vecna for a while. Blue Dream, if you're there, we're about ready to see a Vecna in a comp setting, brother. I know you're a P100 Vecna. I hope you were getting ready, because this is going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's move this over just a little bit.
Very, very fun.
There. So, the way the system works, guys, is we either have to deal with the OCD of the zeros being off, or we have to deal with the double-digit numbers being off. So, since we take screenshots of the double-digit numbers, I'm fine with the zeros being off because there's going to be a lot of double-digit numbers. That's just what we have to deal with. All right. We're loading in, and Vecna. I think Vecna's on Wretched. Am I correct? Let's pull that up here.
Yep, Wretched Shop. I was also taking a peek to see how Vecna was balanced, because there's a lot of different ways people have been balancing Vecna, especially with his chests. And I see that we're not allowed to open these chests at all. No magic items, no nothing.
Correct.
For this guy. So that definitely changes my view onto how Vecna is played, because with those magic items, survivors can just easily call out, like, hey, he used his Dispelling Sphere and it's going towards the main building, so to say.
True.
Or, like, from the shack.
But one could argue survivors spending all that extra time in getting the chests and trying to get those nat 20 rolls and getting those special items could ultimately really hinder them in a comp setting, because comp setting is all about seconds, right? Every single second matters, and if you're going through a chest rather than on a gen, you're wasting your time, in my opinion, again, from a streamer that doesn't do comp. So take that with a grain of salt. I'm trying to learn. Real quick.
Yeah, that's true.
Real quick, before we go forward, our next matchup, so you guys can see the brackets, we're going to show them off real quick. Don't fully ready up yet. Here's our brackets. We got Nox's versus Gamblers are up next. Nox's, you have the top seed, so you get the coin flip. Do you want the one or the rocket ship? We will do the coin flip real quick to get it on going for you. Let us know. Is missing still for coin flip. Okay, well then, I mean, they still have time to get here, but if they're not here by game time, then they will take the L on that matchup, and Gamblers will get a free win. How do Survivor mains get cool points? So we saw Jackal boop the piggy when he was trapped in the corner. Immediate cool points. Absolutely. Another thing that a survivor can do to get cool points is we saw Becky on Dead Dog came flying in, fat shamed a killer, body block for her teammate, gave her teammate distance, took the hit, and got out of there. Really cool things that you could do on a survivor. So let's see what other cool things we can do. You do Bardic. If you do Pebble, any of those in the comp setting and you pull it off, massive cool points. But anyway, while we're waiting on everything, I think everything is good to go for this team. Are you guys ready to go? If so, go ahead and ready up, and we can see the final matchup of Prism versus Soup. And by the way, next up we will be switching commentators, so enjoy your time with Nugs while you have it. I know you guys have been loving him. He's only available for a couple hours, and we're going to have somebody else coming in shortly.
Yeah, my time is coming to an end in this lovely stream here, this lovely tournament, this lovely chat. This is going to be my final game for today. I'll be back tomorrow at the same time if you want more of me. Teehee. Yeah, I'll be around same time every day that this tournament is running, all 4 days. Like I said again, in some time zones, you have like 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You have 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. On the Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and then 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, more nugs.
All right, we are loading in.
We're here. We have the Lich. This is my first time seeing the Lich in a comp setting.
Same here. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm also curious. I might not be able to give as much insight this time around because I just haven't seen this guy as much. The build here, I like it. I won't be revealing it.
Good.
Other than Corrupt Intervention, which we saw.
Good question in
here.
chat. So we have a question that says, with general ban perks, does that carry over to like specific ban perks for Survivor and Killer? That is correct. So certain killers, you cannot use certain perks against them. For instance, we're going to allow you to use more perks against a Blight or a Nurse than we are going to allow you to use against a Freddy. So, and we're not going to allow those killers to use certain perks because they're stronger killers. And it kind of balances out their gameplay.
Yeah. Thunder, you worded it very well there. I couldn't have said it better. You pretty much just got it to the T there. The reason that we allow more perks is because that they're a stronger killer and can just perform well easier. That's pretty much the basis of it. And on,
oh my god,
on the other side here, we have the head-on from Kego here, who's going by Keguru. But I do know Kego. He is very nice. Kego.
Now, the interesting thing with that head-on so early is that person is not on a gen. Oh, we got the 50-50 hit.
Yeah.
That is wild.
The hit through the pallet. Snapply now holding that W key to a different tile, using the remaining of what speed boost she did have. Going to be going down on this pallet, however, and that will result in Snapply going down. Someone nearby for the pallet save. That answer is yes. Kego is here for the pallet save, and Temp will be finding him. That results in Kego taking a tag, and Noodle is going to be trying to down him with the good old-fashioned Flight of the Damned. Unfortunately, doesn't land. And because we slugged Snapply for so long, she's gotten back up. I'm going to be using Mage Hand to lift the pallet back up, and will be Snapply trying, getting a locker tech and trying to force locker, but unable to get back into the locker in time, and Noodle will be downing her. Still not going for a hook, surprisingly, and...
So what do you think the game plan is and why he's not going for hooks?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. I think he's just trying to gain some more pressure, try and get some quick downs here, and just like get the ball rolling in his favor. With a survivor slug, that's someone that's not doing anything, and then someone has to go for the pickup. but because these downs are taking so long, I feel like Noodle should be hooking at least soon enough. With Bloodlust, we're going to be having Autumn go down. Still slugging though. I'm very curious as to this playstyle.
Because I mean, if he goes for the slug out, he can absolutely win this, right? He could give up one more gen, and as long as he gets everybody to their respective hooks, he can absolutely tie or still win because he hasn't given up 3 gens yet.
Yeah, that is completely possible. I feel like it would be in his better interest to just hook immediately, though, because of the idea of trying to get that pressure going. You have someone on a hook. You might have those regression perks that rely on hooks. We see that the damage generator score event comes up through Pain Resonance, the good old fan favorite Scourge hook, and it's...
And now with the orb, he sees what gen they're working on over there in the distance.
Yeah, he sees that Kego is at the main building. We do see someone else over here that is Autumn, and now gonna be flying through the window.
That was smart. He gets the tag
does
here.
He have
Oh!
the distance? No! Oh. Autumn gives a fake, and Noodle fell for that fake. Very unfortunate. And Autumn going for a fake again. Noodle with that vault. Bloodlust kicks in. This should be a tag here. Snapply has gotten unhooked, and no fly yet. Fly is not.
It is definitely a no-fly zone right now. Oh, and that right there is going to put us tied.
We are now tied for the game here, and Autumn's going to be going down. This is going to be the pickup onto Autumn. Is anyone here for the pallet save? That answer is no.
He did have basement there, but he decided to go for the closer hook. What would be the strategy for that? Why would you want the closer hook instead of basement? Because if you're in pubs, you absolutely put Autumn into that basement, and then you're going to win the game. But why closer hook for the extra seconds?
You want the closer hook because we're playing into regression here. We want that regression to happen, and that hook was a Scourge hook for Scourge Hook Pain Resonance. The main idea there was to play into Pain Resonance, try and regress the generator further to try and get this Tycon. That's what Noodle wants here. Noodle wants this Tycon go to that Trapper 1v1. That's like the main idea that Noodle is having here rather than the basement, because if you put someone in the basement, you're mainly doing that to camp them out, especially early in the game. If this was early in the game, then he'd likely pick the basement option here. But because he can no longer give up any gens, he has to 4K here in order to tie. He wants that Pain Resonance to try and regress these generators.
He does have other options besides Pain Res, but we haven't seen it yet, so we won't call it out.
Yep, not yet. There's still 2 unknown perks to the audience, maybe to the survivors. We shall call them out once they are revealed. We find Snapply here, who is on her first hook and gonna be flying over the pallet, but this doesn't look like a result in a tag on Snapply. We're going to be using our mage hand here, getting the pallet back up, and that is going to be generator number 4 complete. Prism is going to be going on to the next round. Soma Soup Uwu is going to be going to the lower bracket. Now, we do switch our spectator back to Snapply to find her going down under the pallet for Autumn to go for the save, but unfortunately Noodle does find Autumn, and she's going to be taking a tag. Mage Hand now ready, going to be popping that Mage Hand, and will Autumn be able to drop the pallet? No, Mage Hand still up just in time. We saw that generator with roughly 40% progress. We're going to be heading back over to Snapply now, picking up Snapply first. Both of these survivors are under pallets, and Kego is going to be going for the pickup onto Snapply. Temp is here to see this, though. OG on a generator on the opposite side of the map. This is a play to get this final generator done and the exit gates powered. Kego going to be taking that hit. The flashbang comes in again, blinding Noodle. And that is going to be the 5th generator popped. Snapply now going to be getting saved by Kego, she's on Death Hook now. In this kind of scenario here, in like a pub player sense, this is another like kind of difference from pub and comp players, so to say. Right now, your target isn't Snapply, your target is Kego, for the reason of that they're worth more hook stages. Usually in pubs, you're just going for those kills. You want those kills. Yum, yum, yum. Feed the entity.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the timing. Because earlier, they would want that, right? They would want the tunnel out. But in this instance, they're going to want the fresh survivor for the extra hook stages.
Yeah.
Also, good question for chat. If you go up into the tournament section in the Discord, there's a bunch of different balancing and things that you can look at. So there is rosters, there's balancing, and you can click on there, you can go in there, you can see what perks are allowed for each killer and things like that. Good question.
You'll be seeing the map they're played on. You'll be seeing what add-ons the killer is not allowed to run. You'll be seeing what perks are specifically banned against that killer. You'll be seeing in the general balancing that tier, for example, that you can't run stuff against when things are banned there, and then the general balancing as well. We're seeing that Snapply was going for the unhook, and this is the good play from the side. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Vecna is not there for the Mori. He is.
W.
Okay. Oh, I guess a lot of Moris are bugged.
Vecna went on vacation. Love that.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
All right. And Snapply was on Death Hook right there when they got worried, correct?
Yes, Snapply was on Death Hook, and this was what the Survivor team wanted, because you want the best score possible. If anyone else died other than Snapply, they'd be worth more hook stages. But Snapply being on Death Hook, she's worth the least amount of hook stages, which gives Prism the best score possible in this scenario, which is why they let Snapply die and went for the unhook onto Kego instead of just letting Kego die. But that is going to be it. Prism is going to be going on to the next round. Soma Soap Uwu is going to be going into the lower bracket, down but not out, saying I like to always say in these double elim brackets. That's it from me, though. That's all I'm here for.
Can we get W's in the chat for Nugs? Amazing commentary. Absolutely amazing guy. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate having you here. I'm excited to see you tomorrow. I'll
definitely be here tomorrow.
I have some more games together, man. This is awesome. Thank you again for coming in, man.
Very fun. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy that you invited me to be here to cast on over, give that more so competitive insight onto these games here, and definitely with your more so public insight. I like to see that too. So it's good to learn these like different mindsets too. So I'm also even learning here with such comp experience the way that pub players would see things. And I like to see that you're also like kind of learning things too the way I'm casting. It's nice to like quote unquote teach you in a sense.
I
You
definitely
know?
appreciate it. I'm always looking to learn because who knows, one day I might actually want to join a comp team for funsies. Show everybody that Pebble is the truth. Pebble is the way.
Pebble is the way.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, sir, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. And to this chat, thank you for the W's. Thank you. I love you all. Yeah. Very much overwhelming appreciation here. I'm very grateful, and I will be back tomorrow. I thank you guys very much, and I will see you then. You guys will now have a new caster, so I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your new caster, and I'll be out of here.
All
See you
right. And
guys.
Firejack, are you available so we can get you on in here? And Lorena, you had something that you needed to bring up.
Yeah. So Nox's is forfeiting this game due to a scheduling issue.
Okay. Well, gamblers, congratulations. You 4K5'd. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we go. So there we go.
What is the team that I am talking to get them ready now if we're going to push them?
So we need Locker Gremlins and Suffocate. I don't know if Suffocate's told you, but I'm not going to air it over the mic. They are dealing with something right now. We can talk
So then
about...
take a break.
Huh?
So if we take a little bit of a break then?
We might, but reach out to Suffocate, see what's going on there, see if they're okay to go, and Locker Gremlins.
Okay, I will be back.
Yeah. Everybody was not expecting to be playing right now, so we'll go over a few things. Firejack is going to be our next commentator for the next round. Sorry you don't get 2 rounds, sir. I would have brought you in earlier if I knew that was going to happen with Nox's. But I will introduce you real quick, guys. This is Firejack. He has been a prominent member of this community and many communities, actually, for quite a while. A lot of people love him. You can go into, like, Dragonfire's community. You can go here. He's a VIP or a mod just about everywhere. Everybody loves this guy. And now he's getting into the comp scene. And now the commentating comp scene. So Firejack just does everything. So how are you doing, Firejack? How was your day? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So far, my day's been pretty solid, all things considered. It's been really fun watching all the teams play and seeing how some of these matches got very close to like ties or even wins. Others just straight out like just seeing how well and how creative some of the teams get in their chases or their decisions in the matches.
It's been
Overall,
interesting.
though, I am curious. Yeah, definitely interesting. And I honestly am a little disappointed because I was looking forward to casting for gamblers, but oh well. I guess they get to move on. Huge for them, I guess. 4K5, never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, 4K5 in under 5 minutes. That's absolutely wild. You'll never see that again. Only here on the Thundergun channel, guys. You won't see it anywhere else.
Of course.
All right, so we said somebody wanted the rocket. Was that somebody from Renegade? Go ahead.
So the team that is going first is going to be Suffocate
Okay.
as killer.
Suffocate as killer. All right, Suffocate. Go ahead and get your killer. And for Suffocate's second round, they are going to be playing... Let me accept that real quick. They're going to be playing Demo in the second round. That is this round that we are currently in. And they are going to be going against Locker Gremlins. This is going to be Locker Gremlins' first round. And the Locker Gremlins are going to be playing Dredge. It's going to be our first Dredge, our first demo. I'm excited. What do you expect to see from a demo? You used to be a demo main, am I not mistaken, Firejack?
Yeah, originally when I first started getting into DBD, I was originally a demo player for like the longest time, up until the release of Cenobite. Then I switched to him, and then he's kind of been my go-to guy for the remainder of my my DVD gameplay.
Okay.
So I don't know. I kind of expect to see a lot of show here. Honestly, demo has a lot. The thing with demo is the fact that like with his shred, it's really hard to play certain tiles. It's like you can't really try to greed it too much, otherwise you're gonna get shredded. And if you decide to like, and obviously if you pre-drop it, then you're just gonna break the palette. So it's like it's truly just a game of trying to just survive as long as possible in the first chase, especially with how shred is just gonna be a massive threat for the majority of the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of pallets being dropped like super early, like as the like literally as soon as like the demo pops.
And real quick, mods, can we get a prediction up for this round so everyone can bet on the teams? Again, the teams, because we jumped ahead, is Locker Gremlins versus Suffocate. So let me get that going. Give me 1 second. Now, real quick, he's on Cold Tower 1, right? For demo?
I believe so. Yes.
So what kind of challenges does that present our demo for Cold Tower?
The main big issue with that is just like the like traversing the map really. Like demo does have portals, but if the portals are being cleansed and being interrupted for demo, or demo is just not straight out using them, then it's gonna be harder for him to kind of go from across the map, like from one area to the other. I will say he will have and then the tiles themselves can be hit or miss. Like the filler tiles are gonna be a big like no go for the survivors. Like I said, it's either you drop the pallet or you end up getting hit. So it's like one or the other really. But then with Cold Tower though, is like there's a lot of like actual jungle gyms, L walls, like actual big like long tiles. So they actually have things to kind of move around and like play with. And even so, like the fact that they have to kind of traverse from point A to point B, like Shack to like main, is gonna be like a big factor for demo. So we'll see if this demo player really takes usage of their portals, or if they just decide to opt to just run around.
Now, realistically, do you expect in an equal matchup, right? Equal skill, same killer, like the player, right? Which we don't have, like every player's different. But let's say it's all equal. Who do you expect to win, Demo or Dredge? Dredge will be on Midwich.
I would argue Dredge has a easier chance to probably 4K than Demo does, because Demo, like I said, Demo's, while yes he has a strong chase potential, his map pressure is like relatively not there. And if you can play around the Demo shred properly, then you won't get the downs won't be as fast as you would like. But with Dredge, it is an indoor set like Midwich is pretty hard for most survivors to deal with. So it tends to be more often than not the 4K, just due to the fact of how difficult it is to deal with a killer. Not only they can teleport from anywhere across the map, but it's also like an indoor set in general.
And since you're a P100 demo, is that correct?
No.
You just mained him. Okay. Why would a demo do this? Is that just out of habit of constantly like flexing the M2, or is that just to make sure it's ready at all times?
For a lot of demos, it's just out of habit. Like they just tend to always just have it like preemptively charged. For others, I've had heard a couple people say that like, oh yeah, I do that just so that way I have my charge like at the ready. But more often than not, it's just for like habit.
Kind of like in video games that allow you to jump. You're jumping just because you're jumping. There's no other reason to it, but you're jumping.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
it's like it's just finicking essentially, like almost like a very nice stun coming out straight away. Actually buying the survivor a lot of time right now. Seems like they're still playing around the tile. Demo not opting to break the pallet, and actually worked out really well for them. They immediately get a nice free tag, and it seems like the Nia is moving more towards the left side of the map, opting to play this tile. Demo's still not going for a shred yet. Clearly not having an opportunity. Now it's going for it, and now gets a guaranteed down.
Massive.
That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean by like the demo shred could be such a like a scary thing to deal with, because it can easily like cut off a chase so quickly. Like a vault you would have made or a pallet you would have made way sooner, demo cuts you off much like quicker. I will say the build is interesting to see. I the perks chosen tend to be pretty normal for this killer, but there is one here that when the survivors tend to come across it, be a very interesting thing to see how they deal with. Demo easy ace over here, probably opting to go straight towards them, which would not be too surprising. But he might just try to take a tag and try to defend. I think that'd be the more thing to do here. Gets a nice tread onto the ace. Does he commit though? No, he doesn't. Does put down a portal though. Sees the Jake now. Probably gonna go for another tag here while defending this hook. He's doing his best to defend this hook, which honestly is not a bad play considering his bottom area has 3 generators just free for the protecting, while also being able to guard the hook itself. So it's like no real reason for him to go up top or at least overcommit too much.
Absolutely, I was noticing the same thing. He's patrolling the gens and guarding the hook at the same time. This is a masterclass of what we're watching right here, of camping.
Yeah, as skillful as camping can get, honestly. Ooh, going for some really crazy body blocks right now. Denying the save before second stage is actually crazy right now. Going for a 3 down, and then that perk is actually other perk is coming in now.
They did go second. They went second stage.
They did indeed go second, and because of forced hesitation, which has been noticed now by the survivors, is now going to get an immediate free kill onto the survivor straight away.
They needed to get him like 1 second sooner. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, but Demo got that quarterback blocking right there, like just defending that hook, like blocking every which way. Had they just gotten there a little sooner, they might have got. Ooh,
NFL, take
nice
notice.
shred.
Put Carafa on your offensive line on one of the teams. He's got the blocking down.
Definitely. Honestly, that actually works out so well. Someone dead at 4 is honestly an amazing position for the Demo to be in right now. Because now, honestly, he could take more of a leisurely, just kind of spreading the hooks evenly, trying to go for all his freshes. He doesn't need to really worry about trying to tunnel out another survivor so early. He can try to get all the fresh hooks straight away to get the points for that. Because in some win cons, the freshes matter a lot more than just the hook states in some sets. But it does seem like he opted to not commit to that and decided to come back to bottom to try to defend their gens. They still do have Shack up, so they end up using that. Will the ace make it to anything else? I don't think so. Demo threatening his shred, and then instant free down.
They did get another gen though.
They did indeed, which actually not bad. At this point in time, you might as well just try to pump out as many gens as you can, realistically speaking. Because even if you think you're not going to be able to get like any survivors out of the game, trying to get as many gens as possible is just as important. Because the win con you may get a 4K, but the other killer could also get a 4K. So sometimes it's just really dependent on how many gens are left.
Also, the chat
so
chat brought up a good point. Maybe they're not playing with their power to play with their power. Maybe the demo's just doing the gritty. That is something that could be happening right now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm honestly that's on me. I should have guessed that. I've never would have guessed, but honestly, it's completely possible. They're just getting that gritty as they walk around. What else are you gonna do while you're walking around?
Oh, it looks like the survivors are healing. Oh, in the pallet set at his face.
Indeed. Is he gonna go for a tag onto? Indeed, he does. I imagine he's gonna commit to 8th here since they're going towards the hook. Or he got a shred here.
Oh my god, that shred.
Very nice. Okay, he seems like he's just gonna opt to try to go for the full 4-man kill at 3, which is not a bad idea. Oh no! Unfortunately, something gave it off guard, and now that is down. That is unfortunate, but a 3K4 on the demo is great, and also not an impossible thing for the survivors to beat here. Like I said, dredges can be pretty oppressive if put in the right hands, so it will be interesting to see. While 4K4 is a very hard win con, like I said, not impossible. And even then, a draw would just be just as good as a win here.
Yeah, I have known Jen Trap for a long time, our next killer, and I happen to know her dredge is terrifying. So if anyone could do it, she can.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually very excited to see how this dredge game plays out, especially since we'll be probably seeing another dredge later today.
And we're just going to go ahead and give all hook points because they're all just going to slowly die. Alright, so win condition. They have to get 3 gens to win.
Yep. Which honestly, like I said, not terribly impossible for them to get, and not terribly impossible for the Dredge to defend. So like it will be very interesting to see what the Dredge pulls out to try to meet this win call for their team. Demo just having a bit of fun now, just ready.
Yeah, not much you can do while you're just waiting for everybody to die. You know,
The worst part of getting the early kills, just waiting for everyone else to just die.
honestly, considering how strong of a killer Garafa is, the fact that they got almost 3 gens is still really good.
Oh no, most definitely.
Garafa just got some really insane shreds that really turned the tide in his favor.
Most definitely. Garafa is, I would argue, definitely a very, very good player, both on the Survivor and Killer. He's definitely a worthy person to be worried about,
but,
for sure.
Like our last commentator, would you say he's a clown?
A clown player or a clown?
Oh, it was just a joke with Nugs.
I know. It was like, I was trying to think for a second. I was like, do you mean like a clown as in he's a clown, like an actual clown, or as a clown player? Because I'm like, I can't answer either of those because I don't know Garafa that well.
We love Garafa.
I don't know the man that well.
Bro's never gonna come back or ever speak to me again because of all these comments. Nah. Garafa, just know we're teasing. We love you, man. You're awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Ryun, and Dead by some dumb S. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, homies. Welcome in. And the survivors of our, there we go, of Suffocate joining in. I'm excited to see what Jen can do with her dredge. I've gone against it a couple times, and let's just say I'm glad I'm not going against her dredge right now.
That's completely fair. Honestly, like I said, dredge sets are very scary, honestly. Even I'm not a very fan of trying to do them. Like the Midwich indoor set, and on top of a killer that can literally teleport across the map instantly, and also deny loops entirely with the Revenant. It's just a killer that's just a pain overall to deal with. So I commend any teams here who are going to go against the dredge like later today.
Also, the next teams up after this will be Renegade versus Courage. Renegade's the top seed. So, Renegade, if you are there, if you can let us know if you want the 1 or the rocket ship for your coin flip, we can do that now and we can get that situated ahead of time. By the way, guys, we are really far ahead of time. We got basically just Renegade versus Courage, Hysteric versus Prism is our next 2 matchups. And then we have this match right here. So we're looking at probably ending about an hour, maybe an hour early, 45 minutes early. So just stay tuned. We'll probably end this stream after that. I don't know if we'll stay going with it because it is a tournament-specific stream. But tomorrow, we only have 6 games scheduled, so it'll be even quicker than today. So I might do some stuff afterwards tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. But go ahead and ready up when you get your builds and everything going, guys. What's everybody's, like, I don't know, Firejack, I'll ask you, what's your favorite thing that's happened so far?
My favorite thing that's happened so far. I'm going to be a little non-biased and not say anything in terms of Courage or Gamblers. I think my favorite set I've watched so far was Suffocate versus Effigy. I especially enjoyed watching Mitch on the Pinhead, honestly. That was by far my favorite match as of like so far.
Oh, absolutely. Mitch really impressed me.
Oh, he did great on this Pinhead, honestly. I would say he's probably one of the best Pinheads I know, at least personally.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, I don't know Mitch that well to say it, I guess, that way. But
he's like a guy that you met one time, shook hands, and you're like, he's kind of like my best friends, guys.
Yeah, we're basically homies. Like,
I shook Larry Fitzgerald's hand once, so I guess me and him, we hang out every weekend,
Yeah, like overall, as of people I know who play Pinhead, Mitch is by far one of the better Pinheads I know, in that sense. But yeah, that was definitely by far one of my favorite matches to watch, especially for how close it was. Like at one point, I thought like it was actually gonna be over. 2 people down, 2 people injured. Like it was just such a close match overall.
It was very fun to watch.
That
I'm not gonna lie.
most definitely. Honestly, I was don't tell Suffocate this, but I was rooting for Effigy just a little bit.
All right, between us, I won't tell him.
Yeah. Dream, don't tell Suffocate. They may be playing right now, but don't worry about it. But no, yeah, that I think by far so far, that's been my favorite. What about you, Thunder? What's been your favorite part so far as this tournament's gone on?
Honestly, I would happen to agree with you. I think it was such an intense moment that I think that was my favorite part so far. But there's been a lot of really good plays. It's hard to pin down exactly the best, but the head-on play against our first piggy that just came in out of nowhere and saved the survivor that Jackal pulled off. Then he followed that up with a flashbang. Then he followed that up with booping the piggy before he goes down. I thought that was just a lot of cool style points right there. Like, yeah. You know, keep in mind I'm not like the comp guy, right? So like when I see goofy shit like that, I'm like, let's go. But you know, I would agree with you. Skill-wise, I think Mitch was the one that impressed me and really just made me just go wow. So far, and it was really exciting to see that.
Yeah, completely fair. All right, looks like we have just started, and it seems like servers are playing it somewhat cautiously. Jin knowing straight away someone's here straight away. Actually, finding someone this early is very nice.
Interesting that we didn't hear his drop.
Yeah, that's probably due to the fact that he had BL, probably, if I had to guess. BL makes it so that way you don't lose, or like you don't make any sound when you fall, as well as gives you a speed boost upon landing.
For those of you
and you also
don't know, what is BL?
Oh, balanced landing, sorry. I guess I should have been more specific when I said that. Yeah, BL is just short for balanced landing. And it makes it so that way you make no grunts of noise when you are falling from a high place, as well as when you land, you take no stagger, as well as you gain a speed. Is most likely what has been used here by the Jake. Also, this is a very interesting gun. I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Ooh!
That's exactly how I thought it was gonna play out.
Gen
That in itself is
50-50.
what makes. Yeah, for sure. Like that's what makes Grinch such a difficult thing to deal with. It's like it's a lot of just playing 50-50s, or in some cases it's literally 0 or 100-0. Like it's nothing you can do about it in some cases. Like you have to essentially read the other person's move or just get down.
Jen, another win on the 50-50.
Very strong, honestly.
They already got a Jen, so Jen is gonna have to worry about that. Let's call her Jen
Possibly.
Trap.
Jen Trap. I mean, right now they're in a very tight win con right now. Jen essentially has to kill everyone else in this time, which is possible. But at the same time, getting a tie would just be just as good for their team.
The
Looks like
stagger.
a nice tag right here. Ooh, very nice. Unfortunately, the auto was able to react to it just in time. Got a really nice stun and the blind. Seems like Jen was also hit with residual, meaning that they just can't see anything for the remaining of the time. I do like how Jen's using the Revenant, being instant on it when they feel like they're gonna make a quick move, giving them the survivors very little time.
This looks like a very smart play on her part as well. Leaving them slug for pressure to get everybody else off gens while she can, because right now it is tied. If she loses another gen, they lose this round, so it looks like Jen is very well aware of that as well.
Yeah, most definitely. As well as it's a nightfall, so this is like the prime opportunity to start like pitching out as much pressure as possible. Looks like they might get another tag right here, possibly. No, seems like the Adam's playing this relatively well. Hello, hello, Ace.
Just out of nowhere. Hello,
bro. You know, it just comes out of the left field. It's just like, all right, hey guys, how's it going? Possibly another. Oh no, another tag actually. That's not bad either.
Good couple tags. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, now we're at the point where now it's gonna be tiebreaker. Like, so if the survivors finish one more gen, that will be the win for Suffocate. And I should have kept my mouth shut. I am so sorry, Jen.
Jinxed it. You, the commentator's curse.
Yeah, like cat's curse, dude. It's cool. I feel bad. I'm so sorry. But yeah, guys, and I take back what I said. I guess Suffocate will be moving on to the next bracket. This, and unfortunately, that will mean that Locker Gremlins is out, but not completely out either, since we still have the lower brackets to participate in and see how they manage to measure up against those teams and see if they can make a really strong comeback.
And we see the flashlight save attempt, but that's all we see is just an attempt because Jen perfectly positioned herself to stare at the wall.
Most definitely. This is going to be a very interesting game now, since at this point there's no longer a win con, right? So both teams are just do the best they can for like get the best result they can, for sure. So I am curious to see how both teams play for this rest of this match, and I am curious to see what type of things Jen will pull. See what the best thing she can get out of this match. Jen seems to be opting to just defend the hook.
I mean, she's probably going for the tunnel out, right? Or to get that kill so she can go drop down to the 3v1 and then regain the pressure. But he's on the first hook, so I mean the timer, it's just too much time at this point. And you're gonna see the other survivors at the gens.
Yeah, most definitely. One of the strongest things about Dredge is, like I said, he can go from literally point A to point B so quickly. He can be anywhere across the map so fast that it'd give you very little time to really react or
oh my god,
prepared for. Okay. Oh, he got a grab out of a locker.
Oh, yo!
Oh my god. Okay.
Let's go, Jen.
So Jen's just reading the survivors. I guess they choose to just camp into a locker. That's actually kind of insane. I'm not gonna. Oh, you know what probably was? They probably went to go lock the locker and then Jen teleported at the same time.
100%.
Oh, okay. That's what happened. That's actually kind of insane.
Yeah, absolutely, Loftus.
It's an immediate grab. Did see a bunch of scratch. No survivor. It's possible they just ran right out right after. Jen seems to be convinced that there is possibly a person in the locker with head-on, which would be a very interesting play on the survivors' end to bring head-on to a Dredge set, considering the fact that the Dredge can literally just pull them out of the locker. Right. But I mean, you never know, right? Maybe it's a power play. Like, you don't expect it, so they bring it. But it does seem like no one's in the locker, but Jen is being very cautious about it regardless, which is not a bad idea, all things considered. Seems like the survivor's going to go hit second before anyone's going to go for a save, which is going to be a little unfortunate, but it's possible that that's what the team wants, to try to get as much gen pressure out as humanly possible.
That's what I'm thinking too, is they're just letting him sit since he can. Also, there seems to be a bug for the survivors with Dredge. On their end, we can't see that through the spectator, but on their end, they only see a puff of smoke. They don't actually see the Dredge.
Oh, I think it's the other way around. I think they don't see his little puff of smoke, but all they see is like the Dredge's flesh or whatever.
No, that's what they're telling me, is all they see is smoke right now.
All they see is smoke? Interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that bug before. I've heard of the other way around, where it's like the cloud or like the mist under the Dredge is completely gone, so all they see is like the bundled up flesh that's up top.
Yeah, something to make a note of, if that is something that is going to continue with Dredge, it doesn't affect this game as it is now, because the team Suffocate going against this Dredge already won, so that kind of bug does not matter in this instance, but it is something to keep note of in the future, that we might have to do resets if the same thing's happening.
Yeah, most definitely. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the insta onto the ace, or the atom, sorry. seems like there's still Walker's still playing this tile.
We got no way out. Okay.
Yeah, no way out's gonna be very interesting play here. Seems like the starters are still scattering to try to find a way out. Walker's trying his best to last as long as he humanly can to give this team time to open exit gates, playing this tile, being very patient here. Unfortunately, does get down, but does die under the path, which is a big threat in and of itself, even if there's no one nearby. Knows that there's, yeah, Jen definitely knows there's people nearby.
They're trying to get everybody out. Jen's trying to maximize her points, maximize her hook stages. She's definitely gonna get a tag here. Will they get?
Yeah, which makes it.
Would they get Walker up in time though? Oh, they didn't even try.
It's possible they're just trying to go for a save, but it doesn't mean two people are now injured, meaning they cannot go for it. Right? The Grunts Supreme will give away their position. All Jen has to worry about right now is the Jake. It's going to be a game of attrition. Looks like these two are going to be resetting to possibly come help immediately after. A play they can do here is just drop the pallet and possibly get the stun on the dredge and then pick up Walker straight away. But it is a very high risk. It seems like the Jake's just buying the other two time to probably just reset, which is not a bad idea because having three people here would be an amazing position for them to be able to get this.
Not the other Thunder showing up right in the middle of this intense moment. Welcome in, brother. This is High Noon Havoc. This is our Swift tournament with comp players. Oh. Again, she can bleed out Walker, but she will only get 2 hook stages for it. She won't get the fresh hook. He's the only one that hasn't gotten fresh hooked. They're trying so hard to save him. You can just see they're everywhere. They're swarming.
Yeah, like little roaches just like just chilling
right.
nearby. Honestly, I think the best play here would just have someone take a tag and then immediately someone else can reset.
And there it is.
Oh, that was really, really cool on their end. Takes the tag, drops the pallet on one side, and then immediately denies them to.
Ooh, but
Oh no, not the body block.
She thought ahead. She teleported in front of him.
Ooh, it's possible he's about to get down onto Renato. Does seem to be the case. Possible that they're gonna try to force. Oh no, using the Dredge's power to find anyone nearby and does find a Jake.
That was smart.
Straight
that was
away.
very smart.
It looks like Jen's gonna be forcing everyone out, or not everyone, just two it seems.
They're forcing the hits.
That does leave Walker still in the match somewhere. Oh, actually, never mind. He's just heading out as well.
He gets out with no hooks. That was brilliant.
Yeah, honestly, that's actually the best case scenario, having the DC here or DC here to take the kill instead, since that will only be rewarding the Dredge 1 more point instead of the full 3 off of Walker.
This is what they saw.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Where it's just like the dredge itself is still there. It's just the smoke is gone, which looks horrifying.
This is most wild. All right, so that's gonna give her 2 more hooks because of the death on that one. All right. So we are going to see Suffocate move on to the next round. We're going to double check everything here. Make sure everything looks good. Going to highlight all the perks. Make sure there's no issues. Just so we can see them blown up on the stream and on the recording. Jen, you did amazing. I don't think I could have even gotten 1 hook against that group. You are the GOAT when it comes to Dredge. All right, guys. So, we got Suffocate moving on to the next round. Locker Gremlins, you are going to the underdog bracket. You're not eliminated, guys. You are not eliminated. You will be going. Let me show everybody here real quick. This is how the bracket has panned out so far. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more. Get rid of that. So, we got Gamblers going past Mirage, Effigy, and Suffocate. Suffocate went past them. Courage past the Scarlet Hedgies. Prism past Soup. We got Gamblers past Noxes. We got Suffocate past the Gremlins. And in our winners bracket next Friday, we will start off with Gamblers versus Suffocate. So that's going to be interesting. But as of now, we got Renegade versus Courage. And on that note, Firejack is part of Courage. So he is going to be taking a dip so he can go play with his team. And we are going to be joined, I believe, by Walker is our commentator. Can we get a W in the chat for Firejack? He will be back in the future, but can we get a W in the chat for his commentating today, please?
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun being here for the one match, but regardless, it was a very fun match to watch.
Oh, we'll definitely get you some more, 100%. 100%.
Yeah,
you deserve more. It's just, you know, the way it just kind of unfolded, unfortunately.
Listen, I'm not complaining. I got matches to do. Speaking of, who won the coin toss?
We have not done the coin toss yet, but real quick, One Bad Shot, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm ThunderGun86. I'm a DBD streamer here for a good time, not a long time, so I do a lot of shenanigans. And we are in the middle of our High Noon Havoc tournament. It's a comp Swift tournament. So sit back, relax, get your popcorn, watch some crazy, insane plays here. But we got Renegade and Courage. Who is the... So Renegade is going to be calling... Is it Rocket Ship? Is that for Renegade? Is that correct? They want Rocket. Let's do it. Let's do the coin flip. All right, and are we going with the one? Or are we going with Killer first or Survivor first? And it looks like, guys, it is going to be just me for this next matchup. The moonshine from the last matchup. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that for Suffocate. And then if mods can do another one here.
All right, I shall be taking my leave.
Real quick, Firejack, for the last round, if we still have them for the last round, would you like to join back? Walker won't be able to commentate today.
I would not mind coming back for the last match if Walker's not able to. So yeah,
okay.
I wouldn't mind.
Perfect. So it'll just be me this match, guys, and we'll have Firejack back after he competes in the tournament. They want to go Killer first, so go ahead. Once you got yours set up and ready to go with your Killer, go ahead and give me that invite. Let's get it going.
All right, take care then.
Thank you, Firejack. I appreciate you.
Side.
Yes, sir. It's going good. Squish, how you doing? Anybody, what's your guys' favorite moment? You guys having fun with the tournament? Is this still interesting to watch? You guys having fun? I know our competitors are having a lot of fun. And I'm having a lot of fun watching it. Yeah, I was informed of what's going on, Walker. Not a worry at all. Your favorite moment was getting boops. It was up there with one of my favorite moments as well. It's been great so far. Do they have me a friend request? There it is. Sorry about that. I got it accepted. Go ahead and send me a friend request. I'm getting the scoreboard set up. Oh, no. Don't join my lobby. Don't join my lobby. The Killer has to invite me first. And it's going to be Firejack is going to be the Killer, so now you can join my lobby once you see me in there. All right, and we got Renegade. Let's get your logo up there, homie. Give me 1 second. Renegade on the left. W logo. I absolutely love it. And then Courage. Probably my favorite logo. Just Courage the Cowardly Dog. Enough said. Enough said. It just looks amazing. Let me get my butt out of the way. Jump on over to Spectator. And drink some water because I'm going to have to talk a lot. And is that Goose? Is that your name? Thank you so much for the follow, homie. I appreciate you. One bad shot. You deserve all the shout outs, homie. You are awesome. I really appreciate you coming in here. And we're just going to have some fun with this, guys. Going forward for this matchup, we got Renegade and Courage. Courage is the first killer. For their matchup today, they're going to be playing... It looks like we're going to see another Dredge coming in with Courage. And then Renegade is going to be playing Oni. So if you don't know, you can actually check it out in the Havoc Balancing channel. All the killers are there. So you can go through and you can find out what map that they are on. So Dredge, as we know, is going to be on Midwich. But since we haven't had an Oni, I'll let you know. Oni is going to be on Coal Tower 1. I'm excited to see some Oni gameplay. That is going to be something new here. Something we haven't seen yet. Real quick. All right, we got everybody in here. Everybody looks different. Fire Jack set up. Get your stuff ready. Do we have a prediction going for this setup? Doesn't look like we do. Let's start a prediction. Who is going to win? Let's go with... We got Courage, and we got Renegade. Love the fucking name. Both you guys. Absolutely amazing. And I'm going to get that going. I'll put that at 10 minutes. We're going to start it. Get it going. All right, everybody is ready and up. Your favorite moment was getting boobs? Hell yeah. What about you, Griffs? Do you have a favorite moment? Anybody else? What is your favorite moment of the tournament so far? I think there's been a lot of great play, a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun with all of it. I'm excited to see, honestly, where this goes from here. The winners bracket and the underdog bracket. I'm excited to see who gets what, and who gets some wins. I mean, we had a lot of really good teams, really close matchups that I think, honestly, anybody can come back from. So if you lost, don't feel bad. Don't feel discouraged. You have plenty of ability to come back and win and push your way through the underdog bracket and make your way back up to the championships. We are ready. They are loading up. Let's get it going. And guys, just so you are aware, after tonight, it will be only the underdog bracket for tomorrow. And during the underdog bracket, I will set up the times right after this tournament. After today's, the first thing I will do, I'll set up the times, I'll build it, I will put it in the schedule channel so everybody knows the schedule going forward for Saturday. And then we won't have a tournament stream again until the following Friday. Let me go ahead and take a look at ping. Firejack is at... Okay, Firejack is good. He was at 250 for a second there. Let's look around at everybody moving around. They know it's Dredge. They're locking the lockers. If you don't know, the best thing to do is to only lock one locker in a location. And as you can see from the white outline from the entity, we do have Corrupt Intervention. He's going to break that pallet right away. He's not even going to play a 50-50. Just going to break it, get it out of the way. Maybe he plays a 50-50 on this one. We see the teleport being charged now. Ooh, great play by Paradigm, our Dwight here. We love to see that. He didn't drop down. That was smart. I would have dropped down looking for him. W play by our Dwight. He would have fooled me, but he will not fool Firejack. He is a great killer main. He's going to loop around. He's going to get back to this 50-50. This is why you need to break these sometimes. And Firejack wins the 50-50 this time. We have not seen a gen pop. So Firejack is probably going to see a gen pop right as we get this hook, if these survivors were working on it. So there is your first hook. There is your fresh hook. We got both of them. He is teleporting around. He is looking. Oh, a gen was popped right in his face. There was 2 survivors there. I forget this survivor's name, so we're going to call him Marin. Marin takes a tag, running away. Firejack wants to protect the hook, flies back to the hook, kicks open and catches a survivor, our Adam over here trying to get the unhook. Flies down from the top rope with an elbow drop. We just saw the gen explode. We can call it out. That is pop goes the weasel. Oh my goodness. And he is back to the gen. Firejack is all over the place. He saw the scratch marks. He knows the survivors are trying to make their way up there. Are those lockers locked, or did he break them? I think he would probably want to break that if it was, but I could be mistaken. He drops down. He catches our Ace off guard. Ace doesn't know which direction to go. He's spinning. He's going to try to build Firejack a house. Firejack goes right back to the hook. He is not fucking around. He does not want anyone to get Paradigm off that hook. And that is going to be our second hook stage. Firejack teleporting around during nighttime, getting vision on where our survivors are. Miraculous joins the chat. Hello, Miraculous. How you doing today? Courage is definitely sitting pretty with this. They have 2 hook stages, but they lost another gen. This is not what they want. You see 3 survivors here, all in different directions. Oh my goodness. They're probably too far away to save. Oh my goodness. All of them injured different directions. Firejack commits to Ace. He's going to use his teleport to whip back around and slap Ace right in the booty right now. Kaplow! Ace goes down, and we're going to see another hook. But no! Firejack, big brain, teleports back to the hook just in time to stop the unhook to maintain the kill. And, oh no! What a W play by Marin right there. She's stalling for time. Firejack needs to get this down, and it is a little too late. But Firejack wins the 50-50. We got 2 down. Paradigm just died on the hook. That is 3 hook stages. 1 survivor left, and they are injured. Oh my goodness. Firejack's going for the sweep right now. They fucked up, and they got the stagger, and Firejack gets the hit. Oh my goodness. Firejack, if he can find all the bodies, get all the hooks, he's going to end with 12 hook stages. The survivors, they managed to get a total of 2 gens done. So the win condition for Courage's survivor team, they have to get 3 gens done against Oni. Oni is the slug king. So it's all going to depend on the very beginning of the match against Oni. Can they deny the first hit long enough for them to get those 3 gens done? Hello, Katie. Welcome in. We're doing a tournament. This is High Noon Havoc, baby. All right, and now we just we wait for the survivors to die. So we're going to give Firejack all the hook states. And he gave up 2 gens. Congratulations, Firejack. Impressive showing. Miraculous, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the lurkers, all the people that have been hanging out with us, watching the show. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love you guys. I hope you guys are having a good time. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Let me know if we should do this again in the future. Absolutely. We have 46,000 points on Courage at this point. That is a lot of points going towards Courage. Remember, if you are on Renegade's team, you have not lost yet. You're just going to the underdog bracket, and from the underdog bracket, you can fight your way up. Oh, you're not even out. What am I saying? I'm a stupid guy. Renegade still has their killer. He has Oni. What am I saying? You haven't lost yet. That's the commentator's curse. That means Oni is gonna just absolutely wreck Courage survivors. I think I just jinxed him, guys. All right, and for Renegade, if your killer can go ahead and invite me to the lobby here in about a minute. We're gonna check all the perks, all the things. It looks like everything is good so far. We just want it all up in case we have to go back. OG, you want a Comcast? Steal you from Prism? Oh, I mean, we could bring you in if you want to do a round tomorrow or later on in the tournament. Absolutely. Firejack is going to be coming in for the next one. But go ahead and invite me to your party. I'd love to have you cast, OG. I'd love to have you cast. You want to cast? You want to cast this round right now? OG, jump in my Discord. Jump in my Discord and go all the way up to the stream waiting lobby. I got you, brother. I'll let you do it. All right, and Renegade, your killer set up for Oni. There he is. Invite me in. All right, and let's go ahead and give you the roll. Give me 1 second while everybody's getting in. What's up, good sir?
How's it going?
Good. How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
So, for those of you who don't know who this is OG Velociraptor. Last time we saw him on this channel, he dominated in a 1v1 tournament. Now coming back with his friends to try to dominate this tournament. How you doing, brother? How you doing?
We're doing good. So far, so good. Made it out of the first round, and looking forward to the next one here. But, you know, we got one more match before that, and I figured, you know, if you need an extra caster, why not?
Yeah, couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? How long have you been? So you're a streamer. How long have you been streaming? How long have you been in the comp scene?
Yeah.
Have you commentated before?
Yeah, so I actually run my own league called the Wildcard League, and I end up doing most of the casting and commentating for that league. So that's a lot of fun. And yeah, I've been streaming probably close to 2.5, 3 years on a serious level. And then comp about 1 year, really. And Prism is my second team. And, you know, Xander, one of the familiar faces here, was someone I defeated en route to that 1v1 tournament victory. He's normally on Prism, but he betrayed us for this time around.
Hey, listen, you know, you gotta choose your team, right? You know, can't always. Sometimes, like when it's a fun tournament, right? There's no prize money on the line, so sometimes it's fun to go against your friends, right? Now, if there's like prize money, like I have in the past, back when I was working at PayPal and I was making like $60,000 a year, I had a tournament where prize money was like $2,000.
Nice. Yeah.
Big old tournament, and like we saw a lot of people show up for that. That was crazy. And you know, those are the kind of tournaments where you get your besties and you guys roll.
Yeah, you get some incredible teams in there, but yeah. So you know, with just limited spots, you know, we have like a team of I think 8 over there, and you know, only allowed 5 or 6 for this. So he he said, "All right, I'll give you guys a slot." Very, very unselfishly of him, and you know, we'll see if he's unselfish and donates any blood to this Oni, or if he is gonna keep it to himself here.
So I think that's the one feedback I think I got the most so far from comp teams is 6 is too few. So do you think that's something in the future I should just say it's uncapped? You can have as many people on your team as you want, but you can't.
I'm not against capping it. Capping it means your killers have to be more versatile. So a lot of teams will have a lot of people that kind of play 1 or 2 killers. And when you are limited to so few people, then, you know, you're cutting those players that don't play as many killers, and you have your 4 survivors, and not every killer plays survivor as well. Like for me, I'm playing survivor in this, but I'm not normally one of our survivors on the team. But it's fun. I like to play survivor.
I think
you
got out with no hook stages in your match, right?
I did. I'm very good at being a little rat, so that kind of played a role. You know, I was kind of just avoid. He found me first, but then he decided not to commit to me, and then I didn't see him the rest of the game.
By the way, I am live streaming, so you have the up-to-date info.
Yeah. I got it, and I switched my stream share over to that. And we have a really interesting build, but with a win con that is hold them to 2 gens or less, you have to kind of go for broke. So I don't dislike this from Paradigm, but he's gonna need a first hit here very quickly because he elected not to go with corrupt intervention, so every gen is available to be worked.
I think this is our first killer of the entire night that didn't have corrupt.
Yeah. I don't remember if I did in Pig. I think not, but either way, we're seeing a lot of hex totems around the maps. The spectators can see that, and eventually...
Ooh, we got another head on.
Play. We were about to get our first hit, and the big key with Oni is deny that first hit as long as possible. I've seen first hits come in 2 seconds into the first chase. I've seen first hits take 4 generators, so that head on right there, saving a first hit and extending this. Absolutely insane.
Also, question for you from chat is, do you do comp all the time or just sometimes?
Like, are they asking, like, am I just, like, always, like, a comp player, or, like, do I play pubs? The answer is, yeah, I absolutely play pubs. I actually love, I like teaching newer players, and stuff like that, and I'm always down to go into 1v1s and teach some stuff. You know, do I think I'm the best teacher in the world? No, but, you know, I know a thing or two, and I have a lot of friends that are really low hours that I just kind of bring into pubs and just kind of teach them a little bit. As we see, we're finally going to get a power pop here. 1 gen done, so Paradigm only 1 more gen of wiggle room here. Suspecting a head on, not in that locker. And there's a 2nd gen. So the best they can do here is a tie on the killer side. Survivors, 1 more gen will do it.
And it is Oni. We could see a slug out right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. You almost don't want to go for Monarch, and I think our Oni agrees, because Monarch is the one supplying your blood. We are going to elect for a hook here without pain res. Maybe he was feeling like he could get it before the next gen pops, but the gen will pop. So that'll be it, and now you got the teams playing for best result.
Yes, sir. And what do you want to do in this scenario where you know that you've lost?
Well, there's absolutely no pressure. Like, you no longer absolutely have to defend your gens. You no longer absolutely have to get downs as quick as possible. You no longer even have to sit there and camp. In fact, at this point, you shouldn't camp, because then your result's probably going to be 1k3. So there's no pressure. Just play your game, play the best you can, and get some good practice for the next time you play this killer. And on the survivor side, you know, you technically can phone it in, but obviously you don't want to, because, you know, you want to keep some good momentum going into the rest of the weekend, or I guess
maybe
next
even
weekend.
Practice your loops and stay fresh with it rather than just throw and you know, end it.
Yeah, there's getting in-house practice within your own team is very common. Getting practice against another team is not something you can get as often and as easily. So, you know, when you have something like this, you don't want to waste it. Yeah, so it looks like we are going to force stage 2. And no survivor willing to donate any blood to the blood bank of Oni.
think we
And
got a little cocky on that one, doing the gen 5 feet away from
Yeah, feeling safe. He's getting that stage 2, and that unhook came in just a second too late. So that survivor did go to stage 2. And so now this is a tunnel out potential on Jackal. But we also want a little bit more blood here before we kill him, just to get power.
That was
a little bit of a
beautiful mind
standstill.
game.
It's gonna work. Oh, that was beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful.
Sometimes you can look really silly on those standstills because they'll just keep running to the next tile, but in that case it worked perfectly. And we're gonna get just enough blood here, and down one. You know, don't be surprised if this drags out to a 4K1. But you know, obviously it depends on the gen pressure they have. Undying gonna give us some value here.
How often does Undying give that much value? At that time, that is wild. In his power, standing next to the Dole Totem. That's insane.
Yeah, that's really... A Monarch is, you know, definitely questioning how that worked exactly. But, you know, if they decide to rewatch this, they'll see, oh, yeah, there's a totem there. And right there, we're going to see both survivors going back top. That one totem giving us so much information. We got a lot of blood here, and that is going to be enough for power again. And the totem once again. This is the lethal pursuer totem at this point. And here's Xander, who's his chase is gonna last about 2 seconds. I know, yeah, he's not happy with that, but that's how it goes sometimes. That totem is really just giving so much value that the survivors are just not aware of, because as soon as Undying pops up once, it doesn't pop up again and like tell you that your aura is revealed. So yeah, I believe all 3 generators kind of in this corner here, near this hill. So yeah, 4K1 looking very attainable, very realistic here for our killer. Because to get this unhook, you have to go into the gens that the Oni is going to be defending. With Ruin, Undying, and Thrill of the Hunt in play, is Cleansing Totems worth it? Probably not. So it's going to be tough. We're gonna find Girly Pop Jojo over here, who is also gonna get revealed by another totem. So, I mean, as much as Ruin has been helping, I think Undying has given the second most value here so far. An attempted flashlight save there, and we're gonna go back deeper into this 3-gen, and Monarch will be hooked once more. We have blood around the map. The question is, are Oni gonna decide to go get it? We're getting some gen progress here from Jojo. And Xander is gonna go in for the unhook. But I think he's gonna get caught doing so. And our Oni has to decide between defending the hook and defending the gen. We're gonna go wide, but I believe Jojo just completely went up top. Now, will the unhook come in? It will. Will we find Xander? We will, just out in the open. And that will be another down. Will it be another hooker? Are we going to go back to our generator? It looks like we're going for the generator. And yeah, this is tough. And that's a nice run there, Oni. Thinking for a second, what did I get caught on?
Right?
It was a survivor.
Survivor trying to do a beautiful corner tech there, but the Oni got stuck and then realized and got the hit.
Yeah. And that'll be our first hook onto Jojo. Once again, getting some aura reveal there.
The old lethal Undying. Strongest perk in the game.
Yeah, and I think Xander just took it all the way to the top of the map. And yeah, this is gonna be close. No, not really that close to power. I misjudged how many blood orbs were there. But with every survivor injured here, it is gonna be tough as we get some nice body blocks, but you only can body block for 10 seconds. And yeah, it's just trade after trade after trade. I would be surprised if the survivors got another generator done. And that will be our hook. So Xander and Monarch both on death hook. This will almost be power. Gonna need about maybe 5 or 6 more blood orbs. And that'll do it.
Yeah, he decided to go to the blood bank, borrow some blood from Dracula.
Yeah. And here we go, another trade coming in and going over Xander.
That was actually wild.
Leapfrogging him for the down, and now we're gonna elect to go for the tunnel. I believe his timer, yeah, he's gonna force the pull. I was gonna say his timer is definitely gonna be up before he makes that window. The question is, what is the progress that JoJo has? Our Oni is gonna slug and pop power. Is JoJo's progress on this generator enough to commit, or is this... And, oh, the missed skill check there. The generator very close, but not quite close enough. And yeah, 4K1, as long as we can find everyone. And should it be good? Some extra blood for power, just for safe measure. And...
Stop to
one
talk
more
to the birds
standstill
for a moment
tech.
there.
One more standstill. Yeah, asking the entity, did you see that? Listen, I know they were only supposed to do 2 gens, but you know, they still didn't get them all. Xander did go down in Shack. Will Monarch die in time for Xander to get hatch? Because the window is on this side. Did Xander crawl to the hatch? No, never mind. It's on the other side. Oh, so close. Is he letting him get hatch? Or is he gonna Mori him on hatch? I kind of hope he Moris him on hatch.
I think he's gonna Mori him on hatch. Yeah.
No. Well, no Mori, but we are going to see the pickup and the hook. And he did get dropped, but I don't think he'll have enough wiggle progress to wiggle out, and he will not. That'll be a basement. I was kind of hoping for a Mori, slightly a buzzkill there, but yeah, 4K1, well played, I think, by both sides.
Absolutely.
But given the win con, Paradigm had a very, very tough win con there, and yeah, coming up next we have some random team named Prism, and yeah, they're going against another team called Hysteric, so that'll be fun. So I, for no particular reason, got to step out, but thanks for having me. And
absolutely. Yeah, so my understanding is Hysteric has not shown up. So from the looks of it, it's looking like Prism is getting a free W to the next round.
Does that mean they will get to put that killer that they had selected back in the pool since they didn't play it?
But they also take a loss.
No, I mean for Prism.
Correct. If you have not played the killer, then it is not something that you are forced to
so if per se,
go ahead.
If per se Prism was scheduled to play Singularity and they get a free win, they can still play Singularity later?
Correct.
All right, interesting. All right, well, I'll keep that in mind. I might know a Singularity main, so.
Furious. So, Thrill was banned on that one, but they still lost. So that would have been a half-point deduction or a half-hook deduction if it came down to it. But in this case, Courage won regardless, so it is not going to matter in this instance. Let me go ahead and show you guys what we're looking at here going forward. So, for tomorrow, these are going to be our games. We have Hysteric versus Mirage if they show up. If they don't show up, Mirage will take the win. We have Renegade versus Effigy. We have Locker Gremlins versus Scarlet Hedges. We have Noxes versus Soma, Soup, Ooh Woo. Now, the winner of these two brackets right here will go here and compete against each other. Then the winner of these two brackets will compete here. Whoever's still winning will move on to the next round, to the next weekend. If you do not win tomorrow, or if you, let me rephrase that. If you lose a match tomorrow, you will unfortunately be eliminated from the tournament. So make sure that your team is just dominant tomorrow. But that is what we're looking at over there. Then what we're looking at over here to start next Friday, we're going to have Gamblers versus Suffocate, Courage versus Prism. That's going to start Friday next weekend. That's going to start us up. And then we go down here, and the winners from the loser bracket, or the underdog bracket over here, are going to go over to this round. And they're going to compete against whoever loses over here. So we're only going to have 4 matches. So let's say Gamblers wins and Suffocate goes down. Whoever wins over here goes against Suffocate. Same over here. Let's say Courage wins and Prism goes down. Prism will go down here and compete against whoever wins from these brackets. So hopefully that makes sense. I will submit this information in the Discord for everybody when the stream is over. But since we are ahead of time by like an hour or so, I was thinking maybe we could get in some other things with the stream. We could do some Swifts. We could do some regular DBD if you guys would like. But going forward, these are the teams and their underdog brackets down here. We will go look at the teams that didn't compete. If I'm not mistaken, there was 2 teams that didn't compete. Is that correct?
Yep.
So it was Hysteric and Noxus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will update this sheet of who played what killer going forward so that we know and we will add on to it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or the mods. Guys, all the mods, all the ambassadors, everybody that helped out with running the show, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. You made this run very smoothly. So W for all of you guys. I really appreciate it. And tomorrow we'll be starting roughly at the same time. And we'll be getting with our underdog bracket. You guys all did amazing. This was a very interesting tournament and a lot different than what people are used to from this channel. They're more used to seeing like pub play. They're not used to seeing, you know, people getting slugged and camped and tunneled and all that stuff. But I thought I would like to bring the comp world to you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this. In the future, we will continue to do this tournament if there is demand for it. If not, you know, if there's no demand for it, we will have other tournaments, other things. So please give us the feedback if you guys liked it, if you want to see this going forward.